funeral, and I saw him in the casket. It was an open casket, and I knew he's gone. I'm like, it's like him. It's right. It's just a show. You can sense it. You feel it. Yeah, it was a very strange feeling. And obviously he's wearing makeup because they've got him a suit and the whole deal. But I was like, that is not my grandfather. He's not there. And it's not like you're trying to override this knowledge with them. Yeah, they're dead. It's just that whatever made that person, it's not in the body. Right. It's gone. There's a bizarre feeling that we have, but we don't have these words for it. No, it's a feeling. It is, and it's not an intellectual, even a physical thing. The idea that we're continuous souls is just so goddamn creepy. This is a farm of souls. I'm not familiar with that hypothesis. It sounds interesting. Also scary, perhaps. Well, it's scary for us, but you got to wonder why we are so different than every other creature, in that we have this insane, insatiable desire to change the environment. Constantly build big skyscrapers to move the earth, and we're constantly inventing new technology. I mean, it seems to be an instinct. It's a part of us. And it's a gradual progression of life. Life goes from intelligent biological to super intelligent, whatever it is, whatever kind of technology creates it. That life is not as simple as this natural selection model that we have here, that we think applies to the type of life, and then there's a life that this thing creates. Well, evolution is a possible thing, is it? Evolution is the ability to change within one's environment over time, and that's a fascinating concept because some speculate that it is inevitable that human beings will eventually evolve into something. We're just a link in a much longer chain, right? And that all intelligent life potentially goes through this process, and that this is a natural process where eventually we actually make ourselves extinct, not in the way it is. Right. So we wind up creating a life form with AI, start enhancing ourselves with more and more machine interface and life doesn't have to necessarily be organic, right? You could have potentially silicon that's very, very close to carbon in some cases. So, is it possible that life it is destined for all life eventually to evolve itself out of existence and bring in or usher in a new type of life form? Yeah. Is it possible? And certainly from a technological perspective, I mean, asking Elon Musk, it seems that we're making a lot of advancements right now to augment the human experience. And given, as you said, how technology progresses exponentially, very quickly, in the next 200 years, we might be there. Is this sort of conversation being had in government about what these things potentially are? Not to my knowledge, I should hope not, because I don't think that this is a conversation. This is where I go back to. This is a conversation that involves a lot of people. Whether it's your priest or your rabbi or your imam, or it is your philosophy teacher at the university. I think we're getting into an area now that is beyond national security. And I'm honestly, Joe, I'm not comfortable with my government taking that aspect on, because frankly, I don't trust my government to manage what I should think about something. Tell me what it is, I'm okay with it. Right? Don't tell me how to think about it. Don't tell me how to process that. Right? Because now you're over. It's also other human beings. The government is just human beings. Right. Human beings shouldn't have this insane knowledge from other human beings. Well, in fact, it's illegal. So this type of stuff is supposed to be discussed with certain members of Congress and certain elements of the executive branch. And when somebody, I don't care if it's government or religion or anything like that, this goes to the fundamental pillar of something that agrees with me, which is corruption. When I say corruption, let me backtrack. My father recently died this last Father's Day, this one before. And I had the privilege of knowing he was sick, and so we took a road trip to Miami.
about a month before he died. And he never told me this, but I knew something wasn't right. I knew my father for a long time, and something wasn't right. He started losing weight. I could see he wasn't eating as much. There were telltale signs. He didn't want it. And I asked my father, almost flipped at me. I said, Dad, I think we're probably saying this. And I said, Dad, what is the greatest threat to humanity? Because you know what's the greatest threat? Now, I say flippant because I'm thinking terrorism, right? My father thought this. He looks at me and said, son, it's corruption. I mean corruption? Like financial corruption? Governmental corruption? He says, no. Corruption is when you are willing to bypass your own moral code, your own ethics for something else. And whether it's financial corruption, religious corruption, governmental corruption, or even moral corruption, when you start to compromise your own values, it's a very quick downward spiral to utter chaos. And he knew that from his father was in the invasion. He was a political prisoner of Castro. He actually fought with Castro against Batista. And then when Castro was communist, my father joined the folks here, folks at the CIA, that was part of the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. He spent 2 years in Castro's prisons being tortured. So when he came to this country offered us opportunities that no other country could or would. And the reason why Cuba failed was because of corruption. And he said, look, corruption will be the end of all. And if it's a very quick downward spiral with democracy becomes corrupt, you have tyranny. Right? And so every time someone goes to compromise a little bit on the value to serve the American people, and they forget that, they become corrupt. And that actually erodes the very essence of what democracy is and what this country is about. And that is why it's so important that the individuals in the government that want to have this conversation and don't want to talk to Congress and making the unilateral decision on your behalf, the American taxpayer on your behalf, that's wrong. You don't have the right to do that. There is a process of laws we have in this country that we've all agreed to we're going to abide by, and that includes them. And they don't have the right to bypass it. Even if they think they're doing it for the right reason, I disagree with that. I think this democracy works because we all agree it works. Right? And the moment you begin to compromise with that, all of democracy is at risk. And I mean that sincerely. It's not a slow downward spiral. It's hit rock bottom very, very quickly. No reason why this government works is because we all have faith and a commitment to what we consider are the American values and serving the American people, for the people, by the people. So I think it's very dangerous when elements of it, and I don't want to colonize the whole government. It's full of great people, they do great things, they keep us safe. So I'm talking about the minority few. Some of these people who've actually gone after me will probably continue to come after me to try to discredit me and everything else, despite volumes of documentation that I have in my possession and others, because they don't want to have a conversation. And they are happy with the status quo. And to me, that is the threat that any AP could ever have on humanity. It's the greatest threat is how we perceive ourselves, and what we are willing to do to keep this a secret, a violation of the commitment, and we have done to sworn in some cases to uphold the values of this country. And I think that's a concern for me. And that's why I don't include having this conversation of what this means, the bigger macro level conversation, because I don't think they're qualified. I'm not qualified. I'm sure they're not qualified. This is why I think this national level conversation is so important. At the end of the day, it's not what do you think? It's hell right. It matters what you think. Here's the information, here's the data, you'll figure it out. Don't ask me for what this means, because I'm not entitled to that. I didn't earn that. And I would definitely never take it away, because that is sacred. That's up to you to decide for yourself. And this is part of my frustration with this overall conversation, because there are elements that don't want you to have this conversation.
Well said, Luke. Thank you very much, man. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed our conversation.
Joe, this has been fantastic. It's truly an honor and privilege. You have one hell of responsibility. You are, look, I don't ever get doing an interview. You were the first one and probably the only one ever have been coming in, just simply because, not because of me, because of you, the responsibility you have on your shoulders to have a communicate. You reach a global audience. People are listening to this conversation right now. And by the way, they're listening to this conversation very much so. Right? That is an enormous responsibility. You have a voice in some cases that exceeds presidents. Technology you have available to you. It's a wonderful stat you have. You are influencing the world. And I can't imagine that type of responsibility. I mean, there are world leaders who have the voice you have. And so for me, it is a profound honor and privilege to be here today and your wonderful audience. If I never see you again, I wish you the best of luck. You're doing America a great service. Honest, you can't speak good line. That's all I can see as a little chicken here in the United States. You've got big shoulders, big weight, and a lot of responsibility on your back. And I mean that.
You're freaking me out, man.
I'm telling you.
Thank you very much. Thanks again. I really appreciate everything you said, and appreciate everything you said about disclosure and how important it is. I couldn't agree more.
Joe, it's been my honor. Sincerely.
My honor too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Bye,
This is Larry Thompson running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 32 in the November 5th general election. Have your voice be heard.
Good job. Go get here you go.
Drink my name all day. All right, man. So I got the request to be on multiverse and new atheism.
Yeah.
What a company. Let's talk.
Nice. Yeah, so I think it's interesting to think why philosophers need to think about the multiverse, right? It tends to be like a theory about like physicists and stuff. But I think we don't want to be talking about this in society. We're stuck in this idea of science, the view that science can solve all these questions. So you've probably heard people like Lawrence Hawking, Stephen Hawking, Brian Cox. They all say something along the lines of he's dead. Just before we get into it, I think that's to say like what philosophy is and what talking about the multiverse. So something I ask every person, like what they take it to be, because it's really interesting how all the ideas they just fall into the wider consciousness. One of the ideas that was on by the late great philosopher Mary Mitchell, he likens it to kind of quantum. Right? So like we have these conversations in our society, and like these conversations flowing around. Likewise, we have these pipes running underneath our houses, keeping the water going. So occasionally it gets clogged, and so the philosopher needs to pull up the floorboards, see what the clog is, and help the conversation move along again. So these are things like what it is to be a woman, what it is to have free speech, or what it is to say that a gene is selfish. That's, I see, like primary something we're all doing every day, like trying to understand the concept of using. Then also there's this bigger aspect of philosophy, which is how it all hangs together, and we do all this of the term. Like, let's put all of the pieces of the puzzle together, physics, biology, and the arts, and let's try and get a big picture of the world. And if we're missing a piece of the puzzle, that's our best guess at what the science should be. We'll take that to be the project. So the questions that come out of that, questions that philosophy asks, are things like, why is there a universe rather than nothing in the universe? Like, why are the laws of nature fine-tuned to the existence of life? Where does consciousness come from? Like, when I make a statement like Holocaust is bad, is it the same as me saying that Jonah Hill's movies are bad? Like, are they the same kind of statements, that same bad movies? Right. But the big question to get to the multiverse now is the big question for me and how all of my work is to explore this fundamental question. The French Algerian Albert said the fundamental question of philosophy is whether life is or is not worth living. Like, so my question is, what's the point of all this? Is existence on the whole a good thing? Should we be happy and pleased to be alive And so that's where the multiverse is. These arguments for theism all kind of into the project.
I think it's ridiculous to dismiss philosophy because you are like just that reductionist perspective. The idea that thinking about things and developing, for lack of a better term, a philosophy, developing personal philosophy, taking from the accounts of others, their perspectives, and their interesting, unique view of the world. The idea that it's significant or important, he seems pretty silly. It's silly.
Like, I think you can get it, but science splits the atom. That's now.
Sure.
So it seems like it's going to solve all these problems. But
Right. But the human beings that took place, the experiments that led to the splitting of the atom, all have some sort of philosophy that they manage their life by. They had to have something that allowed them the discipline to commit to their schooling, to follow through their projects. Their especially think about Oppenheimer's struggle that he had with this thing that he had created that was ultimately lead to destruction of hundreds of thousands of the entire human race itself, which was very based in philosophy. His perspective, his struggles with it. If he was just like an automaton, like some, sociopathic, just super outside, that just didn't not guy that didn't think at all, no concept at all, empathy, no concept at all about our perspective. He would just plow forth ahead and just bomb. But science depends on human beings that have a unique way of thinking. And how does that not?
that seems to be like the failure of new atheism fundamentally. We've got this movement in the early 2000s, Janet Dawkins, Harris, Hitchens, who were all being critical of religion in the light of the September 11th terrorist attack, and people thinking that religion thinks as though it's become like criticism. But then once projects, and like once they embark on projects and they criticize religion, there isn't really anything left there. They don't do the projects of philosophy of finding the meaning and the ethics. When they try to do it, it's lacking, something's missing. So I see that as the reason why new atheism is going out of favor with becoming fashionable, because it can't answer those.
So I think it becomes almost going back as religion itself. Atheism, in a lot of ways, is kind of religion. They're committed to this idea that there is nothing else. Yeah. I just don't understand how you can do that without. If you're a person who you view the world, you're still talking about it's just like Marshall and Carl Graham for 15 minutes. Poor little Carl was
without concept.
really getting high. I was where I wasn't distracted. So just think that these people sort of looked at this as religion is all the superstitious nonsense these people concocted and put together over years to keep people in line. And science, you can prove and see, and there is no God. Which is how do not know? It's crazy to say. You have such a limited perspective just in terms of the universe itself. We only see what we see on our planet in the tiny amount that we reach out. And they can look back 13 billion years, but whatever. Look at it like bright light with little dots. This is the galaxy. But it's like, how big is this thing? Where did it come from? What's going on? Is this a grand? Are you a part of a very bizarre journey that the soul has to go through in this environment before it expands, goes into the next dimension, the next phase of existence? Who knows? We don't know. We do know that people die. We do know that people have near-death experiences and these very bizarre moments when they come back from the dead have very similar accounts of something happening or encountering. Okay, on the other podcast the other day, he was and he was explaining when he almost died, internal bleeding, and his father's mother came to the bed with him. He was talking. It was like this very bizarre thing. We don't really know. We really don't know what it is. We don't know what consciousness is. We don't. So we're being arrogant. And I think, unfortunately, brilliant people that are so used to schooling people in debates, like Chris Richards, like Sam Harris. So these guys are so good at making religious zealots look like buffoons, right? You get real good at that, and you sort of think that, look, I got fucking religious people. They don't know what to do. Yeah, you're involved in it. As bizarre as it seems, just like far right religion.
I'm not sure about like religion on those issues in particular, but
Cult.
like they might have some.
Their ideology capture people.
But I think to have a religion, you need to have like a belief in what Christians, or Jews, and Muslims take to be the perfect human. God has to be by definition perfect. If you think that being exists, then I think you see qualify for having a religion.
What about science?
I guess that's a cult.
But in our country, they actually.
It's a classification.
I just like cult is created by one guy and everybody knows it's bullshit. In religion, that guy's dead.
That's good. Well, okay, let's say this though on behalf of religion. I think the two best things to learn for aren't the sense of community and the cultural aspects. They don't feel anything of anything more
Really?
boring spending a Sunday singing hymns. No, that's not for me. There's so many other things that you can do to find community, to find fulfillment.
But you can recognize how some people.
Yeah, sure. That's right.
Join it.
But I think in terms of like philosophical arguments, I think it's true. Like the one you mentioned a moment ago, like, where this all came from. Science can't get to that question.
Right.
The cosmos in philosophy is really popular. It just goes, everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, or it needs to exist. And then you do this deduction to figure out what kind of cause it could be. It would have to be something outside of time, space, power, and knowledge to bring this into being. And that might not be. It might get you all the way to God. That's a really strong reason for believing in God. And the answers the atheists give in place of it are nowhere near as strong. Likewise, like the argument for fine-tuning, which is gaining traction. The physicist Sir Roger Penrose said the fundamental laws of nature, like 26 of them, have to be delicately balanced perfectly to allow planets and intelligent life to flow. He calculates that the initial low entry point of the universe had to be 1 in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. That means if you sat there writing a number for the law of entry and the condition when the universe first started expanding, and you wrote down one digit every second, you'd still be writing out that number now. The number is so astronomically huge that the odds of it being here are incredible. And when we're thinking of probability, we're looking at the best explanation for it, then I think those that posit existence will have the better hand. Like, I'm not religious, but I think we have to put our hands up and go, to those two problems, they've got really strong arguments believing in God. But people like Dawkins, people like Hitchens and like Dennett, I think Harris is a lot more, I guess, sympathetic to those arguments. But they're not serious about following the argument. They're not serious about hearing wherever they take. Like I say, that there is a dogmatism. They're not open-minded.
Well, I think dogmatism, a lot of it is all the public discourse that we've seen that you can watch on YouTube between atheists and religious scholars. It really turns into a debate. They're almost all are in a sense intellectual competitions.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's like you give a cop to arrest people, he's going to find reasons to arrest people. Right. If you have a person that is getting social credit, getting notoriety, adulation from schooling these religious people, from mocking what you think are ridiculous ideas that are superstitious, it becomes part of yourself, right? It becomes part of your identity, and then I think your unwillingness to engage in the mystery of all this, it speaks to that. I think that's the origin of it. I think it becomes a competition with people that their ideas are correct. These ideas that they've held for a long time to defend those ideas instead of going, oh, I'm of the opinion that I am not my ideas. And I think it's a really important thing to say because I think people should try this out. Maybe it's not true, but it's my personal philosophy. I'm not mad at them. They're just ideas.
Yeah.
And they come in my head, they go, and sometimes people say, I do it on the podcast, that doesn't make sense because of this. I don't want to eat a food that's connected with the first shit that comes out of my mouth. I think that happens with a lot of people. I also think the idea that there's no God, there's nothing. I think the universe is God. I don't think it was born. I think it's probably always been. And I think Sir Roger Pennin's latest work, he seems to think Big Bang is one of a series of these events. You know, I don't want to I'll fuck it up, but his position is not that that was the beginning. That there's probably a series of things that have gone on in eternity, and that the infinite nature of the universe is probably something, even mathematically, even if you get most genius people, they're probably going to struggle to understand something that has no boundaries, that has never been. We have biological. We are born and we die. And I think we try to impose those type of things. And there's some things you can't impose. Oh, we know history 2,000 years ago. They're crazy. You know, oh, we knew this planet 4 billion years ago. But there's some things we don't have the capacity to really put it into perspective. We don't know. There's just too much we don't know. There's something that 50,000 years is quite a bit older than I thought it was before because of the observations of the galaxy, James Webb telescope. So that now there's certain people that are controversial ideas going around 22 billion years old or 23 billion.
It's interesting what you say first about us being like so involved in these arguments. It's always baffling that people can care about their views or their philosophies to such an extent that they're willing to die on these hills and refusing to. They count in their wins and their losses. I just had a 2.5 hour conversation with George Booths on his podcast about his motivation for being religious. I basically sketched out a broad argument, which is atheism's shortcomings are kind of two problems we just spoke about, with something rather than being fine-tuned. Then the problem with theism is that no perfectly good God would allow for evolutionary natural selection. Like, what a wicked thing to do to create the rules of the game to be that to have intelligent life it necessitates the pain and suffering of countless sentient creatures over billions of years. Like, if God exists, then it's a psychopath, right? If that's what God didn't have to do, right? It's logically and metaphysically possible for God to create it as the Christians thought God did in the Garden of Eden 5,000 years ago. That is way more compatible with the perfect and good God hypothesis, right? Than what we're currently experiencing. But last again, I don't think he's serious again about following the evidence and arguing. He just digs down, he builds a trench. He says, like I said, what do you think of the systemic problem of evil? Why would God create this? He goes, we just need to keep working on it. It's like, no, you need to suspend belief. What did he mean to that? Yeah. Keep working on it? Like, we just need to crack on with the problem. Oh, encourage. Solve it. Yeah. You're trying to solve it. In between 1960 and 1990, 3,600 articles and books were published on the problem of evil. Like, people are working, and it's not going anywhere. Like, the systemic problem of evil undercuts the hypothesis. But then it's this weird place where you've got these strong arguments that an atheistic view can't solve. Then you've got this big problem with God. What did you say? This is moving philosophers and religions, this really interesting space where they ask, well, maybe we need a different concept of God, like the universe. Yeah. So this is pantheism, where God and the universe are identical. Okay. And panentheism, where the universe is in God, but there's this extra layer of God, it's like heaven, the thing that brought into being.
I'm glad there's a good word, because I was saying the universe.
Yeah, so pantheism.
That now.
The interesting thing about pantheism like, is it worthy of being God in the universe? Because if it's just nature loving and atheism, then that doesn't get you far. But I think if you believe that the universe is fundamentally conscious, like there is some will, agency underlying the things that we interact with, then I think that gets pretty close to the concept of God.
Do you think that we have egocentric perspective of consciousness, that it only applies to things that move and that things that can express themselves?
Yeah.
Like, perhaps, like, there's a reason why I think people don't want to buy houses with people who are
You're just growing that for your
Right? Because they think their consciousness is still like linked.
yeah, but there's something there. There's something there. There's a memory in the house of a horrible thing. Like if you bought a house with a horrible person, when you kind of like, I also bought a building that was run by a cult.
Yeah.
And I knew it was run by a cult because my friend told me about it. My friend Ron, and my friend various comedians, he told me about this great theater that was for sale. And so I he's called. I go, and my friend Adam goes, "Did you watch the documentary on the code?" There's a documentary, and in watching the documentary, it was so sad to me to watch these people that for decades were deceived and led by this person, and at the end of it, they're weeping and crying. Their life, 20+ years of their life, they dedicated to this charlatan who was a hypnotist and a gay porn star who was teaching yoga in West Hollywood. Convinced all these people to do this. I had to get out of it. Like, there's no way. There's not enough Satan in the world that I can like get rid of all the. How much? I felt like the Comedy Store in Hollywood used to be Ciro's nightclub, which was Bugsy Siegel's nightclub, and a bunch of people were there, like provable, definitely.
Yeah.
And it kind of.
The idea, though, everywhere in the world is these creatures died, right? I feel weird. Or like when you get a record or something, or you're listening to it on like Spotify, something like a song, but you know the person who's made the song is doing something strange. Like you get that same kind of feeling there. So maybe it is like maybe the simple explanation is something like, you know, it's your association with these things. It's just these connections in your brain going, that thing is building, right?
Sure.
And you're sure.
Oh, you know, I think both things. But I think there's places that do have, like, my stepfather went to Gettysburg, and he's not a religious person, and he's not woo-woo. He's a very intelligent, hard-fought person who believes in facts. And he was like, there's something there. It was the sadness. It's like, yeah, feel it. The death of all those people in this place, like it stained the place. But my point is not that. My point is that perhaps everything has some sort of consciousness. We just have this egocentric perspective of what consciousness means. Because to living thing, it has ego, has biological reward systems. They're all in social structures and the value of status. Moving around this grid of other beings, and we call that consciousness because that is our experience with it. But maybe this table consciousness, maybe cloth has, maybe rocks have consciousness. They just don't have the ability to express themselves. They don't have this language and culture and all this other stuff that we connect to consciousness. But that it is an important part of everything in the universe. And if the universe is God, the universe creating all these things, it is essentially a creation machine. Right? It creates stars, it creates galaxies, it creates supernovas, it creates carbon dioxide, all these different things that happen. They're all but the process is just not a God. And I think that that perspective that a lot of religious zealots put to these ancient texts is, look, we don't trust what people in the 1950s thought about dentistry. Why do we trust people 2,000 years ago when they talk about God? It's kind of a crazy thing because either one of two things is the truth. Either this is God's word and God is the God, or this is the hand of human beings that is writing down an old tradition for 1,000 years and trying to put in perspective what steps we have to apply to civilization in order to move towards a loving, prosperous place, which is what God wanted. But
Yeah.
I think all the things like I think maybe the evil is what we need to see to respond to become better. And maybe this is grand evolutionary process of the human psyche. If you look at traits and you study Pinker's work, if you go back to any time in recorded history versus today, it's less violent, less discriminatory, less racist, more open, equal rights amongst the sexes and genders and sexual orientation. We're way better now than we were. Like Alan Turing from the Turing test, when he got arrested for being gay, they put him on hormone blockers. He might have killed himself because it was illegal to be gay. The man who had the ability, he came up with the concept of the ability to detect whether or not artificial intelligence is real. That guy captured human philosophy, human perspective.
I think because right, all of these everything's better now than it was. And if you want to combine that with like a process theology in which God is identical to the world and getting better, and it's to like start a business, go grow, pull yourself up again, and then succeed, and it's just to have the best things to do in the lottery. Yeah, right. So that's into our intuition of what it is to develop a great character and a better world. I suppose like pre-1959, before the origins of Darwin, I think actually theism was the reasonable worldview, like this idea of the God outside of human space. And you can get all of these like theodicies and differences, like reasons why God allows things to exist.
Right.
That's when you think about the evils that like events, like the wars and all the diseases that are in our country, in our world. You sort of go, well, I can see how some like you need hurricanes for relief, or you need to go from right? All of these, I think they probably work. But then I think since then, and maybe this is a part of the reason why Christians, especially in this country, are full of evolution and natural selection. Maybe it's not because they just have so much of the history of the world. It can seem a little bit weird to me that that's the hell they're going to die. Actually, if God is responsible for this process, that seems like a bigger stain on God's record. You can see why they're reluctant.
Maybe it's the only way. Maybe this process of natural selection and of an improvement in what we call evolution, maybe it's the only way.
I would agree that when you do the math, whether it's talking like trillions of animals, like if you
Forever.
Yeah,
Time.
So it's getting better, right? Like if I was to say to you that I can spawn a person here next week, do it. I'm going to execute 50 chimpanzees right there. And you said yes, I think like got the same choice to like.
It's a weird choice. We've done that. We've definitely done it for me. Well, we have tested some wild shit down.
Yeah. Well, this is like, I think people think this, that the problem cuts deep. Like when you ask 90% of people in the UK are keeping animals in cages, 50% of people in the US think that. Yet 98.5% chickens, turkeys, and pigs are kept in factory farms.
Is that really? That's not 70%. It's 98%.
Yeah, it's 99%.
Holy shit.
And 98% turkeys. And say about the same for pigs. Like people are. You see the juxtaposition, right? You've got people that think it's wrong. They're doing other.
It's not that they otherwise they can compartmentalize because factory farm. We talked about this yesterday. They have the ag act a couple days ago. Ag detailing the horrific conditions which animals live in. If you're a worker there, like this is horrific. I'm going to out this place. You go to jail, which is insane. It should be a crime. It should be like cattle cruelty. Like Russell Crowe the other day, he keeps 200 head of cattle, and he has a ranch in the bush in Australia. And the way he described it, he takes care of the animals, the way he gently moves them to the new pasture. They live this idyllic life. And he's like, and the meat is better about full feed.
I heard him say something about the football where he goes, ultimately, it's because it tastes better. So although like I'm happy to doing it, right? This is no comparison to factory farming. And if all the farming that like Russell Crowe's, then
It's not just because it tastes better. That's
yeah.
not
Do you
just-
think he's got like the
Yes, he cares about them. He
did he
does.
talk about against the Lions?
He did. I didn't ask. I should have. Like, he was going on around. I didn't know. Country for old men.
Well, right. That's take the comparison, right? It's like, would you rather nose cut off your children's taken away from you, stuffed in a cage for your life, full of hormones, and then be elected or have your throat slit? Or would you rather run around the fields with your family and one day the life?
One day the life. Anyway,
Yeah,
it's not.
yeah. There is a question.
They're kind of like dogs. Like, I don't know what a cow's maximum age is. What's the maximum age? Let's guess. Let's say 18. Because that's like a golden retriever. Give them all the right food.
I want skeptical to say if it was average, it should be like wildcat.
Yeah, but wild. Where are they? So wild cattle, because domestic cattle are completely strained cattle,
Yeah.
and when you let them go wild, they become what we call bulls. Scrub bulls are the most dangerous animal you can encounter in the Australian bush.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Asian buffalo are dangerous, but scrub bulls will you. Those bulls they're wild. Yeah. They're completely feral. And they're there to breed and to protect their cows and anything that comes. I've heard countless stories. Camping in the bush, getting bored with scrubs. They're crazy looking too. They develop these weird colors and really cool. They kind of like they go through a metamorphosis when they go feral process. It's really quick. It's like 6 weeks. Once a pig is feral for 6 weeks, they're just running wild. They start changing their snout extends, their tusks grow, their ears become boars, become what we think of as classic wild boar. Those are the same species of animal, which is very bizarre. That happens to wolves too.
Especially factory farms as well. They're definitely much longer there. Right?
Yeah, they can see two because they pop them up fast, small, great. Yep, they're totally ill. That's the best stuff. The best stuff is the super ill cow.
You got
It was 15 to 20 years. There you go. So dairy industry really allows cows to survive. There's slaughter after production of drugs. Right.
it's interesting. Like these killing these cows, right? But is he doing it right towards it? Instead, it seems like it might still be wrong in a sense. There's a reason why when we take the vets to be euthanized, they don't get there and get out crossbow.
Right.
There's a better way you can maybe not have injections. Like the Greek euthanasia means you're dead.
I think it's better to use a poison injected to the vein than a bolt to the brain.
My suspicion is yes.
Why?
Slows down the heart.
Right, but
you can't see them struggling in it. And stuff like they don't exhibit features that look like
so it's
well, you'd expect that to resistance in a certain way. Maybe there's not much difference between them.
I don't think there's a bolt to the brain.
Yeah.
Our concern is our concern is deep trauma, and so we're not seeing it so on. Yeah, poison kills you in a horrible way. Yeah, they're probably the last really deeply painful and very confusing when your body's shutting down.
Like a cold thing, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't want to. I don't want to see shot. God, imagine they're all get shot. Being horrific, but I mean, it's no difference. You don't get around. It's just our own. It's ending of life. The most effective, quickest way to be what we strive for.
No, definitely. But that's still. I think we've got to agree on this. There's overwhelming that.
Yeah,
And people feel. You think that you know that not are morally. I love this was Reagan. You know, let's say a golden retriever, another human being. You've got to throw one on it.
Right.
So throw golden retriever.
Depends on you know, like would you do that?
Yeah.
Or throw in the water.
Right. It's not hiding. It's not just yours. So it's random.
I love it. I'm killing Hitler over.
If it's a default person, it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Tom, I want to. This girl in London once, and I asked her, "What is that?" I said, "Would you do?" And then she said, "I can't kill you." And then I did the Tom Reagan. Said, how about it? 10, 100, 1,000. Tom Reagan. I'll kill a million. And you kind of go like, that's not cool. Like,
And then one person starts disappointing eyes to you.
yeah. It's like,
It's just this dude, and you live. You have a lot.
exactly. Well, this girl is on. She said she'd kill an infinite number of golden retrievers because she was Catholic, and I think an infinite number of suffering and human frustration.
You say that.
Yeah, I think actually, you
Okay.
maybe
You probably shoot yourself. You watch them with the ground. You probably shoot yourself.
the interesting thing is when you pick a number, as long as it's then you recognize that non-human animals have comparable values to human beings, and you have to draw the line. There's going to be a rough like number. It's like 3 leaves, like a pile of leaves, or chocolates make a cloud. It's not going to be clear exactly how many, but it's some.
Zero.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think everyone finds different people. I think if someone says something's gone wrong, I think that's
I think that's just them talking.
yeah.
I don't think it's yeah. There's no way you would golden retrievers society. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, I've got sympathy for people who like having done this before. Like hopefully why they consume non-human animals.
Yeah.
They say I have to eat this much meat, or maybe they eat nothing else.
That's me.
And you just eat it.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah.
There's very little.
Okay. So,
Right. Yeah.
okay.
In case
So, but like self-food, maybe it's whatever help. They still. Some people use that argument because they get something like as if they because their human being outweighs so many cows and pigs and like. But I think again, once you run this experiment, you have to kind of go. You sort of have to ask these last question. Is what I'm doing morally something I should reconsider? And I think given the if you pick a number, you have to.
I think it's not as gross. I don't think it's really reprehensible to eat meat, but I do know that an animal.
Yeah.
What I these 2 years back, I was 12. I just thought I was either become vegetarian or and so I watched 2 really documentaries. I've seen too many things about factory farming. I was like, this is disgusting. It would freak me out. I was like, okay, I either have to come to grips with what it means to kill an animal and eat it. And if I can't handle that, then I'll just be vegetarian. I tried for a brief amount of time. I guess I was 18. When I was fighting, I was having a really hard time because it was still growing. I was having a really hard time keep the lower weight class I was competing in. There's other people in my team that are competing in the higher weight class. It was a real problem. So I being a vegetarian for all that. I don't think I did it the best way. I don't think I was really intelligent. But again, I'm 18, and this was like 1985, somewhere around there. No issue. So I was just getting salads and I felt terrible. And I had a conversation with my instructor, and he was just like, "You're just getting better. You need to move up." And I started moving immediately. I gained 10 pounds in like 3 weeks. I felt completely different human being. I felt like I had all this energy. It was just, I think I was malnourished and I was on dry. But I do think that there are very different body types and there's very different requirements that when it comes to protein. I think animal protein is the most dense, most nutrient-packed protein in food that's available to human beings. And I think it probably has to do why we eat beans in the first place. Yeah. But I think the hunting is I'm keeping my takeaway in the natural world, and I won't the wild things live. They're not decaying. What's that? He's a bow. First generation rifle. Shot at deer that's on the table. That was the first deer that I ever shot. That was in 2012. I just when I was that it's all on for a television called Media. My friend Steve and all of it. And I gained that deer by the fire. I was like, this is forever doing this. It ignited parts of the DNA, your understanding of the cycle of instantaneously in a way that was like fishing. Not a loop. This is like that, which is why people don't have a problem with shooting dead fish on your Instagram. If you hold like that, you can eat that fish. Dead deer. Dead deer. Fucking crazy.
Okay, thanks, right? So I think you probably you speak to your experience, right? That feel like it's spiritual and like when you hunt, especially with a bird. 10,000 years ago, the first bird was out. Because imagine it was thrilling for them now, and it's then and it's thrilling still now to do it. Same reason like paintball or laser tag or Home War, right? People enjoy it. People going out to the house sure. Maybe it taps the food we're eating in early days. I think the worry. Okay, so I think it's not comparable to because this is split in hairs really.
Yeah. So we just talked about the ethics of what we do.
Good. Two things come to mind. The first is it depends on the kind of killing that you do. Like if I a spear, you'll know about this than me. A spear is probably right. So we're going to be sweet. Right. So there are going to be two ways. So maybe I wonder what you think of this. On the whole, when you run the hunting with guns would be significantly better than hunting with spears or hunting. The most effective. Okay. Yeah. In order for you to be equally effective, it requires a lot. It requires intense amount of practice, hours and hours every day. I practice at 40 yards every day, hundreds of hours at 4 yards, moving into this small area. You good? You pretty?
Yeah, very good.
When you hunt, do you kill the animal suffering?
Well, the last one, he was dead in Texas. He literally ran to the top of the hill, not even Texas. I was like, right there, it's boom. Because of it, after a shot, if you shoot an animal actively, they're very good. You hit them in the heart, through both lungs, they're alive for 30 seconds. Generally, but spend time quickly. They just lay down and you see them moving a little bit, and you try to get a second arrow to take them out. Any they is infinite more humane than will die in the wild, and they will all die. They won't be able to starvation, but first to death, more likely than cats.
Well, okay, so here's where I is that and people again, I say don't talk about I think this is the philosopher architect on Earth, humans are the devils, souls, right? And that rings true, right? Right. This is the worst thing in terms of like production of our food, in terms of the suffering.
Yes.
So you're a bad person. If that person is engaging in buying these products from farms, which is the overwhelming majority, and they don't have what they're doing.
All right, I think we'll just say that we want to have a whole high ground. If they did, they'd have to grips with the fact that this. But you put your okay?
Yeah.
Is it not a murder?
Yeah.
See, murder. It's the same thing. You go to the grocery store and you buy a steak. You paid a super hitman. You just assumed you were going to pay him. You didn't work before you got the money.
It's
So
like
you want.
It's the same reason why the bomb city could not go down and shoot a mother and a child.
Even though pilots are severe.
Do that.
Yeah. There's a very specific kind of course. It's like this. You're not totally connected to the act. No, you did. And then you would be on. Like if you're just operating a little PS4, PS5 control, you're zooming some. I mean, that's what happens, right? Don't they use game controllers? They use game, which is so fucking cool because that's the best way to do it. Get these kids that are playing Call of Duty hours a day, and then that kid goes and becomes part of the drone program. That's your assassin, your ultimate killer. And these guys are real. We're playing a video game, but real human beings are dying. They lay in bed.
Well, it seems like it's an interesting one. We just did the big podcast series on the philosophy of war, the history of it. It's trying to move the person that's killing another person for a while. Yeah, more killings using guns than and in the second field work was about 20 or 30 people.
It's a little more complicated PS4 and PS5 thing. It does have like a just like a simulator.
Yeah.
Like a flight simulator. It looks like.
But there's a
what does that feel like in Nevada? You're operating something that's in Iraq or wherever, and you've got a drone flying over some compound. You're just shooting hellfire based on.
I'd be interested in knowledge how severe.
See if you can find an article.
Because there's a thought, right, which is we seem to be outraged at the use of drones, but it takes one less person out. So it seems if you're doing like a utilitarian calculation, it's going to be better on.
No, it's not. It's
in comparison,
somewhere in the neighborhood of 80+%. Some estimation. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
So what makes me with people in the military is the people, first of all, they undercut the number. They'll give you a lower number.
Yeah.
And then the people that higher number in Israel. And so you have to sort this out. Like a good example is the New York Times reported that the Israelis had a mobile hospital. And it was on the front page of the New York Times. They had been told 500 people dead or 5,000 people. The reality was, it hit 50 people died. But they had been told much worse scenario. They reported it, knowing
it's like the UN stuff pretty damn hard.
oh, they're horrible. No.
But yeah,
In this one, the numbers are terrible. Yeah. We just look at
New York Times about
say not fighters were treated as awful, expected to show up endless shifts of forever war. Your unrelated former said broke down, directly divorced became common. Left embraced years, others attempted suicide. The military failed to realize the full impact. Despite hundreds of missions, Captain Larson's personal file under the combat service only offers a single word. Drone crew members said the enemies while killing on the ground still deep scars. In many ways, it's intense. Schooneman, the drone sensor operator who retired as a sergeant, in the Air Force in 2019. Fighter jet, see a target for 20 minutes. We had to watch the target for days, weeks, months. Saw him play with his kids. Saw him interact with his family. Watch his whole life. Your remote also very much that one day all parameters kill him. Then you watch the see the remorse real. Off the job video game. And I have to there is no reset. Yeah. It's a horrific, very
Yeah.
it's akin
Well, I think
in a weird way.
speak of the same thing. But yeah, like
If you read on
it's a vegan diet. Well, it's like a 98, especially when traveling, when you can't seem to find things. I think the perception is, and there's a lot of goals, right? When people say they've got vegetarian vegan diets, the idea that they're going to eliminate entirely from diets, it's impossible. That's not what anything is happening. You hear like stuff like this, which we shouldn't much of it.
it's a horrific lesson.
Yeah.
Or grain, most likely they killed thousands of animals. They poison the ground, poison bugs. You consider insect life forms, millions. They killed ground gophers, anything that gets away, and then crop agriculture is the environment because it destroys the topsoil. Yeah, the topsoil is destroyed, and like most farmers in the country, with the poor shit on the ground or sustain life.
Vegan needs to be or the vegetarian or all of these brilliant philosophers that we're talking about. I don't know any serious philosopher of moral philosophy runs a good argument which says the lives of not happiness and pleasure and stuff it doesn't matter. Vegan needs to be concerned about this life as well. Something that goes into it. We're going to be better. I want to so like as production, the 77% of global food production goes towards feeding non-human and we end up killing and eating. A bunch of these 5 stuff, at least 7% is sort of with species consumed by human beings. So if we look at like humans' contribution to that, it's marginal in comparison to what the factory farming industry is responsible for. But here's, I think, an interesting point which sort of leaves that more to the side. You hear loads of different arguments, ecological arguments, nature arguments, all of this stuff, as if it's going to get the Christian or the person who thinks the non-animal rights, I was mentioned earlier, don't matter. But look at this. If it was the case, we're forced to do these things. We can't do it. Sustain the people we have. Let's just give the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, get God's forces to do that. Here's life. Enjoy it. Need like 70 billion land, trillion
God didn't active farming. Like a loophole created by because I think it is. I think it's just like politics. Like the founding fathers, they didn't see social media. They didn't see a lot of things interfering with this concept of self-government. And I thank God. We never just get the chickens. We will. Let us get away with laws that you can't film those things. Yeah. I mean, there's a problem with animals, right? Animals are they have instincts. They love their young. There's also a problem with plant intelligence. Plant intelligence, I think, the emergent science of plant intelligence is fascinating. I don't want to say just like I don't want to say retrievers the same thing as a person and a boat. It's not.
How many in terms of how many golden retrievers you're going to check out each of the human being?
Depends on the person. You can't say
One person, he's looking like 10.
no.
He's looking 1,000.
No. Yeah. Like I'm not killed. I don't know. have said it. It's you can't just say, oh, like I said, if it was for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was probably just
we think.
not.
I think if
If
you,
I were sure that I could capture him live and get him for the press,
to see, to
what the fuck? How the did you do this?
yeah,
Like
well,
what? I don't know. Goddamn. Norman Ohler. You know, but Hitler was cranked up. So were the Nazis.
thinking he could let on what he's going to say, right?
Not just
you got to do it right. Certainly did. I just finished that. It's like over 1,000 pages. It's a real good read. So if you're interested,
you gotta be careful. Can't do that. But you know, we're talking about and plant intelligence, human intelligence.
yeah,
For sure, we would all agree. If you could wave a map on and let all be you're gonna have population, and you're gonna have predators everywhere. And because unless you do have predators, you're gonna have car accidents that you would imagine, train accidents. There's a guy named why am I blanking on his name? American Coyote. Dan Flores. Dan Flores. I forget where he's a professor. He studies the history of animals. He thinks that's it. This guy. He thinks the reason why came across the Great Lakes, there were millions and millions of buffalo. I think the reason why is Americans were killed. Like, no, this is his thought. Like, because the earliest 1400s, they didn't see that many buffalo. It wasn't like any account that didn't report that a lot. Because the Native Americans, they kept the population. Buffalo have just, right? They're an enormous animal. And if you kill one, it takes a long time. You would travel, track the buffalo, kill them, their skins, eat their meat, and then dramatically travel with them. When 90% of at Dan Forest, that led to this insane overpopulation of these millions of fields, because that doesn't exist anywhere in nature unless there's a problem. And that problem, predators at that time being the American country.
yeah. I think if you go like take it to its logical conclusion, then we can't on you, which I hold hedonistic as idea that moral relevance pleasure, right? If you can't then just hold and to run around, you know, you say create with mayhem.
Not just that, you'd have populations. You'd have to give them birth control.
Yeah, seems that's, in my view, that's control for life.
But to what length? When do you how many do you right? Like, something right? So if you're gonna go to the place in Japan, you'll do wildlife surveys of the area. They know roughly the exact amount of deer in this area, and they know the less accurate number of predators, stealth predators, outlines. Pretty good with wolves, but even then, it's very difficult to figure it out. But they get the numbers of the deer, and then based on some very exact time, they calculate the amount of predators who will be allotted tags. So, like, say if you limited tribe. So limited tribe is maybe you have an allocated land that X thousand acres, and in that there are and you will allow that area. And out of those 100, maybe a 10 to 50% success rate. So you are thinking this countries will trim 10, 20 years, whatever it is, particularly there's a bunch of different areas of the country, but they're all managed. And the wildlife of that state is a beautiful, incredible thing because it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. You have public land where people, the United States, all the people in the United States, own this land, this is our land. You can go out on some places every time. It's called the over-the-counter tag. These are areas where they're difficult to get to. There's plentiful populated. So you get a tag and you go out, 5, 6, 10 miles, camp out, get your food, and you can do that. You can do that because it's one of my very key understanding the amount of sustainable in the area, how much they can allow these areas. That's how it's done. If you don't do that, and if you just have it, great, you get the buffalo, millions up on the native, you're going to have something because they're going to get disease. They don't have any. They're going to starve. It's going to be root. Mountain lion. So you're going to have to bring in wolves. You're going to have to bring in cats. You're going to have to bring in to eat things to keep them in line. And you've got fucking wild nature place everywhere. It is going to have it. It's real easy for your city to have it.
Okay, I think Mark can move book Justice for Animals. She argues that these things, as you say, are avoided in these cases. You need populations control. And she thinks that we need to embark on a research project, simulate a keeps down population, like animal centuries, if you like. And I was thinking, there's a lot of arguments for human preparation when a food is harmed by another that we think that they're owned. Whether it's like who were subject to slavery in North West Africa, and we think that they're harmed, and that we should right that wrong. Not the details of preparation is possible, but say that's what you hold as they do. But if you take non-human evidence to be like subject which you can stop their flourishing it seems that they also, and so you might argue that if all of these creatures were subject to suffering, water, and death, the benefit of this that group over some like research, time, money, like there might be just avoid paying for pay not something we can do. We should be doing everything because we are to reduce as much as possible. If that ends up having to predators to a sort of into that situation, then so be it. There's the right time to find a way of doing it without as much, so to speak.
So
yeah, so I don't.
Did you get killed by wolves? Oh, that's rough. That's rough. The worst is bears. They just hold you down and start. So it really eliminate all, or just put them in zoos. But they're evil. Then they just kill them. That's all they do. And it's kind of like strikes the hive, but it might not be like the heaven properties just listed, but it might be that when you stop some conscious creature from fulfilling so like if hypothetically, we had this and I put up this person had friends and I can you might still because that person saw themselves had projects and I it's a good one. But again, and then when it comes to non-human evidence, the same is true. The dog looks forward to their dinner
they look forward to the same period. These are creatures with complex lives, which see their futures or know their future. I think the same is true of the creatures which are to the past, and so simply painless might not be removing the potential of future happiness and pleasure also seems to be morally valuable.
Well, you know what? Sure. One of the
So you check the like you know the
see, you can tell by the way the bigger heads really old. Okay. Really old. He probably was well worn. He probably had two left if he was lucky. And again, horrific. The death that they have from is terrifying. There's not too. I hunt in Utah every year. You know, we see cats there. I saw the biggest cat I've ever seen like that. Huge amount of lions. But other predators, a lot of coyotes, spot wolves, bears, but that death is so much worse than yeah. They don't want. They're not. What I'm doing is wild and through considerable effort, bring back.
Yeah. Bring this back to like that fundamental question. Like on the whole, it's a good thing. We have to lead as well. It seems like the God goes out the window. You know, especially if we're forced to do these things. Like we have to introduce benefit to maintain population, things like that. Again, like it doesn't seem like the thing that I think we could go do. So if you're in
this is the process. The reason why the health is so fast is wrong is because it's been avoiding hundreds of thousands.
but it's a process which, according to Christians, Jews, and Muslims, that God created.
Yes.
God created with the following qualifier because logically or metaphysically possible. So there are possible laws through natural selection. Like
Sure.
those things are right. And at 50 yards, you have to bring about possible species.
For me, this is the best possible space to
as possible. Hopes it's not the case.
Yeah, I think even the evil of this world exists to incite out and for us to do. I think this constant of evil is maybe even necessary for us to move in the right general direction through rigorous debate and lies, propaganda, having your dreams shattered and figuring it out.
That's us.
That's us. That's the reason why the fucking health is 900 pounds and built like a super athlete. It's because it has to get the fuck off. If it didn't, we would never look. It would never be health. It would not be majestic horns growing out of its head. Literal growing out of its head. And they're competing with each other with these weapons and killing each other, trying to get health. They find them, they're stabbed and by other enemies. And they die. They get torn apart because of these bears when they're down. You find them scattered all and killed and hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a sense in which they're doing like an argument against
Uh-huh.
there has to be something that goes in order for it to be good. Same
And
way.
being held for that. And that's what
There's going to be a significant number that don't have free will, which is the power and freedom to do otherwise, power and choice to do a wrong. Some just the raindrop levels it's just instinct, mentality, it doesn't think what that is in the cat, it choose. There's going to be a lot which that's the case for. So that's something like character development, obviously, that's work with them. Like, especially if you know, it, bring about an entity at the end of it. But all these creatures that die the opportunity to develop. If they're individualized, they're gratuitous, i.e. necessary evil. God could have made it that these creatures that don't and that can't develop that, don't suffer. He could have made that. He could have made that.
But unless God is truly all knowing, us with primate trying to make sense, just will make sense. We reach the end of our journey, and that this whole process is complicated as it seems to be with predator and prey and natural selection. And what you're just talking about, birds, different animals, they don't have, they figured out they could fly. They're basically right? To keep their population high, launch. That's when it really becomes a problem. Like the pasture just disappeared. Why? Because we ate them all. You know, we shot them. But when you look at those in what they very successful model, they do. That's crocodiles. They have a very successful model. The model is this thing doesn't eat for a year, water for years. It can stay perfectly still and watches over it. Knows exactly what eats them or kills them. It's been in that form millions of years because it's a successful form. Sharks, successful form. It doesn't need to evolve. Beings live in the most comprehensive. First of all, we figured out how to, and once we figured out agriculture, we developed cities, we separate ourselves from the world. So we think of ourselves as all these processes that are happening, elevated in our own eyes, beyond the natural world, this world of morals and philosophy, our view of perspective. We're still in the natural world. We're get a sense of it. Really understand. You're in the natural world.
Well, here's the thought, right? Which is in terms of like out in terms of problems with atheism and religious beliefs, is that when you look at the system, you mentioned this earlier, you don't know stuff like this. I think in that case, Easton said something that on the same line. I think in that case, you shouldn't just bet your soul. Or William James also has an example, a mountaineer who's this need to storm behind them. So it's reasonable for them to believe they can make the jump, or the runner who has to believe they're going to win the to believe it. I think these arguments work. You believe it, but God has some reason, or believing you can jump the gap doesn't get any more reason that there's a proposition that says God exists, it's true.
Right.
So I think a reasonable thing to do is to suspend belief, is to go, here we have really good evidence. Here's the evidence we have against it. But it's contentious as to whether or not we can solve this problem. The most reasonable thing for us to do is to embrace like where we go, how can we find it and mean it in a world that's godless? And that's the to that discussion. But the we are looking for like Shakespeare who write for on English to podcasts excuse me. Shakespeare says if there's no God, it's like a whole line signifies like there's so many years ago. Like if agnostic life, I thought it's Alvin Canoe, which everyone should read. He says that with I wonder if your experience, this is sort of like got me up. He says one day and everything in that weary with a tinge of excitement. I.e. one day they choose to come Thursday. And you sort of start to what's the point of all this? Meaning it almost seems like it isn't.
Right.
And like maybe it isn't. I'm not part of this big plan. And you sort of a lot of excitement there too. The openness, the gift, the kindness. So I think the reasonable thing for us to do in the light of those arguments is to suspend and be able to step back belief in, but then it's honest to find the moral value. Because this is the kind of notion of the physics about. Like, again, when I won't talk sometimes the physicists start doing sort of bad. You probably have things like comparison to the best cosmos like this, I feel so small. Right? Like, or comparison to 13.8 billion years. Like my 70, it doesn't matter. But like, imagine if you like the size of you. Imagine you live 30 years. It doesn't seem to have any effect on how your life still. So like, how big you and how with the multiverse, like, right? If on the flight,
Oh yeah.
it sounds like it's good. I still imagine we're like imagine the ones rather than
Right.
still matters. So the project the thing we need to do isn't just like digging down doesn't solve these big problems and lack answers on the resolutions. And it isn't just gamble on things and just believe for the sake of it, but it's to try and create ourselves patchwork to keep us warm and avoid crisis, right?
We know it feels better. We know it. We know it feels better than friends, community, and be someone who we can rely on. There's a general direction that makes us feel good in a different way. And I think that's the guiding of whatever this power is that wants us to become a better person than we are. Yeah, that's what forces. I think we get too caught up. We get too caught up in these literal interpretations of things in text, which not even like to, which is so bizarre, and apparently incredibly difficult language to read and comprehend, to translate. When you're going back like you're trying to translate that, like, how much is what did these people also? What was the original? Where the fuck was this come from? What was the original God? What was the experience? We're guessing because of people. I used to joke around that people are full of shit. Like that's all you have to do. Like, people are full of shit. Oh, it's like President of the United States. Is people full of shit all the time. One of his favorite. Have you seen that? What? Doesn't happen. Yeah, he's just you're right. He's still even if it's no Trump on game.
The Bible is even decidable. I don't.
You gotta go home. The New Testament's monkey. Even the New Testament. I think I was. I just for me, but that was just me. But as I have a belief that the arrogant is just as bad as the religious side, and that this whole thing is a massive mystery, and to pretend it's not, we're all conversations. We're going to put shackles all
conversation trying to figure out what's the shared experience that we have. I don't know the world. And the only way for me to find out is for me to ask and not be try to get out about this challenge. How does he feel about that? How did you sometimes you can get very quickly to how a person's perspective of issues because you see what his spouse and a lot of times idea right wing or left and then you start asking 2 points. I think that perhaps and then you can get to how and the moment you become captured by very specific things you've adopted because it aligns with science. We saw that during the pandemic, this trust the science idea. With science, what is science? It's a bunch of different people looking at data. That's captured. That's not science. And this is not science. This is a business, and it utilizes science. You're caught up in an idea about a thing that you should be completely objective, but you're not, because it's just like things do. We like to decide that we defend from instead of just looking at these ideas. Is that it like a plus that? Do you remember that? So they had social justice warriors came out with atheism plus. It was atheism attached whole ideas about ways to pay things that value. It's like a huge forming. It's adorable. It's adorable pattern of thinking. And it just seems to be inherent in tribal philosophies. Their myth of the origin of things. They're all it's an identifying factor that cohesively connects groups, which is why I was told me that the Bible is and that's the story of I used to do it. I can't even say joke anymore. Told it to because I said if you told it to there's a 5-year-old kid, obviously he's gonna find hope. He's gonna go in it. To a beach animal, the punchline was I'm not this idea that these stories, I think it's not and I think it's all the stories about plays a long time ago were told in an oral tradition. It's just what really happens. You have the when you have human beings, especially you literally have people deciding what is going to be, and not it's human beings deciding what's going to be in the Bible, which is insane. That's insane. There's things that are in there represent the most recent version of the heaven. This is what's dangerous, right? They did not just confuse the elements of thinking. And you go, my thing is that I'm just against the position. I'm still defending the position of my group. So people like conservative say defend human growth, non-human animals, or they keep on doing it. Like respect to he conceded that the we spoke about not necessarily evil nature, massive God hypothesis. So as we said, he thinks we should just kind of comment. But there's a sense in which it's okay for you can have false belief
you're entitled to that. You can't do something as long as it's not bringing about real change. The sense in which, like, I think Peterson's about taking that. But after I had this conversation, an hour later, doing that, it was that if you're like meaningful, it also has to involve flourishing.
Well, I think we see that with people, right? People that just because they're missing that part of the equation.
That's essentially it's like what is happiness happening? It's a nice Nietzsche quote. Nice. You live out nice. God came down. Here's the meaning of life. Create wars. Genocide. Right? It's not kind of. But this idea that ultimately matters. You don't need to have this pleasure. That's a recipe for disaster. You can't hold that that's all that matters. This is just look at the 20th century. See how when think they know how that's all kinds of atrocities.
Yeah.
So this idea of sticking with this ultimately comes from having the wrong view. Right? It ultimately comes from taking it and he offers argument. Peterson, for example, again, like holding it up, Christianity at the moment. People write books saying this seems going to be bad, which is going to sting. In the US, for example, some Baptists are facing the same rate as the population's growth disappearing. In 2001, 70% of people identified as Christian. That's less than half. You have that now. The US is 3 years behind. Same trends. It's just disappearing. To evolve philosophically. The philosophical sense. People feel crazy. But this same old, just bet soul goes for it. It's the thing that the reason why Christianity is going out of favor.
Well, we have some real bad examples of it in this country too. We have some real distortions. Like fact, televangelists. These people fill out arenas, fly around and brag about this.
So tell them to say it's a private jet. It means he's closest to God.
One of the guys, his name? The guy that was he was confronted by this woman. She had heard that it would fly. And so she says to him that the passengers first player like tennis.
Why do you think
The Dirt will be out October 4th. The docu-series on WWE
The main
co-founder and former chairman Vince
is
McMahon
because
debuts on
of the
Netflix
need.
next month. The streaming giant says Mr.
If I
McMahon
flew,
will
I'd have
most enigmatic figures in
That's
sports
really-
entertainment.
Isn't
McMahon
it
resigned
true
from
that you want to fly
WWE
commercial so that you
this
can
year
fly
after
in
former
luxury?
employee filed
How
a
much
lawsuit
money pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business. But
The business is redundant.
I paid. You kind of caught me off guard. Okay.
Matt, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and have a conversation. We don't want to catch off.
Well, inside edition. Got to get this. Hey, you listen to my wife. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Lord. Let me put it. Here goes.
For a creature to live a life of and to fly around Jack. What's your reason for that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money.
Discover a new podcast from
We
our
have
library
brought
of over
over
350,000
this
titles. Here's an iHeartRadio
This
podcast
the latest
preview.
figure just came out.
I don't trust anyone with 122. 122.
I was scheduled for Legos Night.
On our new podcast
That's
series,
wrong.
we're going to take you into the
I
story.
had a
Find out
and I was scheduled.
at the end of this young missionary that was watching her.
And I prayed. I'm not missing education.
At all costs.
Without the airplane that I bought from Thomas, and I didn't pay any for it. He was the greatest guy. He made that airplane so cheap for me. I couldn't help but buy it.
Well, my question then, what,
Barely a human
all right.
being.
People are
Yeah,
very
watch.
concerned
Here
about
goes.
So I love you. And here's what happened.
It's a tough call if you have to live with yourself.
We flew in 21 days, 70,
Radio and podcast.
40,000, touched 5 and preached face to face person with 100.
The vein experts at West Medical utilize the latest
Do
state
you ever
invasive varicose vein procedure.
do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Have you back on your feet immediately.
Again, getting back to the comments, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
I think that people that fly commercial are demons.
But it's a bit more than that so far. It doesn't have anything to do with people. People. I love people. Jesus.
Okay, we can kill it. We can do it. It's like it's this country.
It's like they skipped all movies or not.
He's such a great.
You can tell that he's
The eyes of the Lord. What shall
Wait, I think I was just thinking those.
Jesus, that scares
I think to talk about all this evil just explored. Maybe we need to multiple as well as this. If you're at the University of given the it's unreasonable diagnosis. Like you can't be alive and think the world and believe in all of the typically run against the God of Christianity. So when I run against all this, that means I can say the world best, right, or mix, or maybe this. I think this is the difficult. Is that again? I've always living on the heights, threatened at the height. Right, so you're in this, and then you remember in the wider history and the purpose. Right. Or and that this is Nagel's bigger, and yeah. Right. The real of the meaninglessness of life is we desire the world responsible. It's like having a parent who wanting to do with you, because at least they're there. The world is beyond love and the universe. We ask for this. It doesn't respond. I love this. Michael Hamilton. He says, "This notion rips a hole in it. Here be light. Here be cold and dark and empty." You sort of feel like that is the whole as consciousness wanting you in this seemingly right. That I think is why people commit suicide. They kid themselves that they can't exist despite the evidence. They don't want to be. Like, it's a really uncomfortable feeling. You know, there's three great which I highly recommend. One, the for students read the stuff. And the main character starts off with his mom, she dies, doesn't care, and then goes to the beach to shoot someone, he doesn't care, and then he's put on death row, and he still like, what's wrong with this? He's mirroring. He doesn't like that's is accept the meaning of the world. In his next one of before the character is trying to meet or better, trying to take the place of God, forgive them of their sins. Again, it's a huge problem for these things. When we do something like that, we don't have a omnipotent or forgiving Father to take that away. Like, we have to, I think there's something that praise Christians gift to do something bad by God. And so I agree.
Can I push back?
Yeah.
For this whole meaningless caring. Well, if you're a human being, all you know your experiences, you know part of the world really terrible. There's also parts of the world, there's things that you do find meaning. I assume you find meaning in this conversation. You find meaning in a great fun education, things you like saying. I'm sure you're well, all kinds of like meaning. And they enjoy it. They have happy moments. And you know, go for a hike, beautiful, and you feel spiritually enhanced by touching nature. There's meaning out there. It's not just not. It's not like you don't. You live in a utopian world. No, one of the things so wonderful, you find it. There's so much. It feels like you don't connect. When you do connect with groups of people, family, your whatever you do, really is unusually rewarding. You are on the right thing. That's what we should all try to. I think the problem, a lot of things, is the rich individual's perspective. And that person might not have been the community or friends or the ones that might not have been around. They attract a lot of people that wanted to have. We prevent this life. We do. It's just not every. And once you get it, you got to. I think that's exactly right. It's a different kind of the one which so I want the case ultimately so or as human beings, if the exists they believe that there's ultimately a plan that fits out
all will be throughout that life. What we're talking about now is like not the meaning, but like a meaning. And there's a problem
you're aware of it with this universe that you're consciously connected to.
Yeah.
You are you. The it's not the world. If you find
Yeah, but again, way we're left trying to find worthwhile and non-worthwhile. So let's say you the meaning of your life, like hunting blades and garden. Right, and I said being a doctor and helping people.
I would hope there's other like grass.
Yeah, but imagine blades and grass. I said mine. I have. If what you're saying is like no ultimate and all humans are just created by like we all color. We need some kind of way to worthwhile things that are left. And so there's although we can see that there are happiness and right. The reason I'm doing something already right is
I'm not willing.
but the like it's
I think it's moving in a direction. I think it's moving in a very specific direction with the apex predator, human beings. I think if you were an alien, before, so I apologize, people, and you looked at us, say, what is this thing? You know, it's better. It's all it does is everything hardwired. This materialism. Well, you can't keep it. Why are you thinking what is materialism? Is always one of these great things. It's one of the many statuses of these things as well. That's another big. If I looked at another perspective, I was I mean, it's every phone, computers, every chips. Samsung just came with a new battery that is going to be on that has a power. It just technology. That's what we do. Our artificial. That's what I
separate meaning that like thing we do, like this defined meaning. Well, in your thing there, like it's like the is all. It is the case like that. Actually, ought to do. But like you might run a like let's say it is 8,000. All humans just eat berries and live. What a human? It's sugary food. That's that meaning. You go, the meaning or their nature isn't simply a description of the thing. Right? So when I'm saying in the context of Christian belief, it's the given by the thing. Right? It's posed from elsewhere. It's quite odd to think because that's the culture of justice. It's an absence, or but I keep it's seemingly like it's not obvious when it ought to be, like or it feels like. So it's not the case. But I think this is the point in which we're. I think as you earlier, I found where the is like purposeful, which is logical and the like. So if you hold that, it's like consciousness underlying physical reality then if that's particularly meaningful. But there are problems, so I don't want to.
Right. It seems like meaning is a very human-centric concept. Like that, meaning that something makes sense, that it's a noble, good world, the right way, intelligent way to advance and exist, and that's what we're attaching the concept of meaning to. But I would put sound primitive man just varies. It depends on how, right? Even if you discover chimpanzees in the Congo and study them, documentary on Netflix, they have an interest in social culture. They have alpha male bonds, the other male, the neighboring tribes of horses. Like you'd be fast, and if you went further, something developed clues, so you got animals, spears, like they're continue getting better at metal. They figure out component harness electricity. What? These things, it's just all the chaos because we're personally attached to other human beings, and we see all the terrible things happen, and not just violence that other beings, but also like natural resources. What we're doing, and you would say, well, this thing is a better, it's big enough, and it's really going to, and that might be the progression of life, where that might be where God really tells us God that if it's going, and this biological digital life make better versions of itself, simultaneously, and continue to do so, and it will actually be unimaginable to harness every single element.
Yeah, this speaks pretty close. Currently defending he thinks that the fundamental thing of the world is that is identical to what we should describe as and that this is a process by which making the world better constitutes a meaningful life. So I've got to
Saying that,
like it comes the meaning that for God would be something like the world is the best and will contribute to the betterment of the world as a whole. Your life is meaningful. If you're sat on your arms and you take away from this world, then your life isn't as meaningful. So if you're counting points and I'm helpful, my life is meaningful. I make the world go towards God.
let me about us spectating
What's a
day. Less meaningful.
Right,
They're,
okay.
they're actually communicating what they believe is God.
I think that people had a people are doing.
Well, they are saying,
Okay, I'll say like, there are more meaningful ways to live your life than being satisfied sat in your ass doing nothing. Although here's the value. Some people who engage in meditative practices claim that they've uncovered the fundamental nature of the world, which is a unified field of consciousness. So hypothetically, if something like God's view of this fundamental consciousness is right, and the Buddhists might tap into this, and they tell all of the in town, and they all come to see it to be true, they all contribute towards it, then that is meaningful. If you sit on your ass overall, like, you never tell anyone,
right.
then I don't see that as being as meaningful as being in an HS worker.
Sure.
It finds to defend your country or something like this.
I mean, there's classic versions of stories, right? Like the son, wealthy kid that sits around getting things like, oh, piece of shit. You know, like we know we would like human beings, we would like things to continue to move in a better direction. Every president in the United States is all about a better place.
Yeah. Or when you kids, right? They're sat around playing video games. You go, it's like, we say, stop wasting your life.
Yeah.
There's something better for you to be doing, something to contribute towards,
Right.
individually and politically. But the problem, I think, I don't think myself is there's a problem in philosophy of community, which is, let's say, you contemplate your own being, let's say, and look inside of yourself. What's it like to be a physical entity? And you look inside of this consciousness, there's this quality of people like things. And it's Galen School Center here at University of Texas, Austin. If you think physics tells you about human beings, you don't understand physics. It doesn't tell you about physics. So let's say, for the sake of argument, underlying all of this physical stuff is consciousness. And then you want to bring in the philosophy of religion, and you say that as a whole, all of the universe is one big. You've got a problem, which is either the combination or the decombination, which goes something like this. You take all of these little conscious tools on the table, how do they add up to one unified mind, like they do in my brain? Right? I don't have little experiences going on now. I have one coherent stream of consciousness, seeing you, hearing these sounds. It's not like just loads of consciousness. So how is it that they all come together for one experience? And you have the opposite problem, pantheistic, which is if you've got this great big global mind, ocean of consciousness underlying everything, how does that big godlike mind decombine into mind? Like, why is my experience your experience? Why is it human rather than and it doesn't seem like, although we might have an easier reaction to answer the question, philosophically, we can't draw the connection. Like, the skull and my brain seems arbitrary out. I'm saying that thing.
Well, let's explore it. Like, what would be the reason why we would have individual experiences and a collective consciousness?
You can have reasons for it, as in, like, let's say,
What would be the benefits of having individual experiences?
there could be benefits, there could be reasons for it. Like, in terms of, let's paint this pantheistic picture of, again, the reason and the goal of the universe. If I see myself here long, maybe perhaps it allows me to test my community in this location and to you as an individual. You know, actually, it's something to think about. I'm not sure if this we've got reason for this to break these things apart. Maybe it's better for God if we have lots of disjointed egos, transcend them, make the world a better place, just like the fact that this were my private.
Well, don't you think that motivates activity? It motivates people to have all these different processes, like competing with each other, comparing to each other. That this motivates you to meet people in your witness inspiration, where you meet someone you're inspired by. It literally makes you a better person. It can make you better to see a great position, but you leave inspired. You might go home and read the middle of a novel, something completely connected to the experience that you were watching. And that these examples of people we admire, God, I wish I was try to do more. You know what I used to say all the time? Aspire to be the person you try. Just actually be like, it's possible, right? If you for a while, years aspire to the person you tend to be when you're trying to get laid, drunk. Go wild, because it loosens your inhibitions, more jolly.
Yeah, that's it. Be the person. Yeah, I think it's a good reason. That's why, like, break up finding that. They don't tell you
Right.
They just carve out why our are different from each other's if we're a part of this big global mind.
Well, that competition is all throughout nature, right? There's no way out here. Our consciousness is the deer like, what the fuck you doing? Okay. And they have individuals or compete. I think they and their own desires. How natural selection works. If it doesn't happen, it's part of it. And then life doesn't advance.
This is a really strong point. It seems that the better one is lots of individual subjective experiences, like loads of individual minds say different things. And I saw this massive speaking about recently. I was quite surprised because in the past I was thinking philosophy of mind. I remember sharing one of Musk talking about the origin of consciousness. And I was using it like this is like general public opinion. You learn more about it. It's like he's neural expert. You solve the problem. And we spoke about like but recently came out and said something really interesting, which is essentially what he was talking about here. That consciousness is everywhere. He said, well, in order to have consciousness, there need to be some rudimentary consciousness or experience, the kind of nature of stuff in order to get like in you. But in the origin of the world, it's hydrogen. So what hydrogen gets more and more complex, it gives rise to consciousness. And he gave this line, essentially where philosophy is right now. He said, either consciousness is nowhere, it's just an illusion, it's a trick of the brain, it's pulling a rabbit, or it's everywhere. And I think, given that you hear me and see me now, Descartes' communalism, right? You're 100% conscious, right? So it's not existent. So following that reason, being embraced by public figures such as him more recently, you'd have to say that everything is this way in order to have the ingredients of experience. But leaving aside how mind can break itself, there is still a question about people who understand. You can tell dictionary that earlier, all theists think that God is God exists. You can't even no horn, unicorn, or unicorn has to be same way triangle needs corners, God needs to be perfect. But on this it seems like God isn't at the beginning of time. If God was perfect, it was a greater being. And even in the fullness of time, perhaps God won't be as perfect, which is described by Christians, Jews, and Muslims. So what we're seeing is people embracing this is God's term as well. He's coming out as the maybe coming up for him. He's describing himself as a Christian. So to be a Christian, you don't need to believe in the virgin birth. You don't need to believe in the resurrection. You don't need to believe in the but you can still believe there's this big cosmic forward figure that there's something called life at the essence of it. I think that's the kind of view that we need to start carving out. Theism's on the decline. So he's just speaking about them.
The problem with the idea is that someone's going to be ahead of it. That person's like that. It's just a human. And to push back on this question of why consciousness is all separated, the reason for it, everything's separate. I mean, everything in the world, right? Everything in most of it is yes, it is a people, some of it is a man, so if you look at the observable universe, what we're aware of, like what exists physically, right? We're aware of some. We don't understand. We're aware of what's blinking it out of existence, spooky action at a distance. It's magic stuff, wild thing. That's the very nature of the matter, the world in which we find ourselves conscious. And then as you expand that, every single thing, even plants and animals, everything is it's all individual. And that process of these things being individuals seems to be a part of this expansion and growth, and a part of natural selection, and a part of evolution, and a part of this constant state of improvement. Everything is moving towards a state of deeper and deeper complexity. Everything improves. The elk, big muscle, away from the woods, and all these things happen in order for these beings to prosper and thrive, to keep this healthy balance. It's this weird age that develops electronics.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's the general thing. It's the zeitgeist, it's the feeling of the age that we think in such a way. But there is still that movement. This idea, I shed light on alternative idea, which is go back to community, the pre-Socratic philosopher thought that all change, all individuation, illusion, that we live in the universe, this big one. Have you heard of Zeno's paradox?
No.
Zeno's paradox. So you've got two two cups there. Let's go from cup to reach that one. It needs to go from point A to point B in the middle. And then to get another half, it has to do another half journey from point B to point C. And that goes on infinitely to Zeno. Like there's always another halfway point in between point A and point B. You need to keep making these half journeys, which seems ridiculous because we quite clearly can move the cup next to the other one. But theoretically, if time, space is infinitely divisible, then you can always make another half journey in between point A and point B. Here's the example of every step of the way. Yeah, every step of the way. Is it Hercules or something racing a turtle? Maybe it's not Hercules. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, okay. So the making these race. And the idea is for Achilles gets to the finish line, Achilles needs to go halfway. Then he needs to get 3/4 of the way. Then there's another halfway. And 3/4 and the full way will go on and on and on. So the answer to who wins the race out of Achilles and the turtle is neither of them. It's a draw. No one finished the race. But we quite clearly move the cups next to each other. So Zeno and people like Heraclitus as well, that it's all an illusion. The idea of change and motion isn't actually something that's out there and is possible.
So when you're seeing change and motion, what are you saying? Did
Not that motion.
So should we still be listening to them? It seems like you think that's not true.
Like Einstein tells us, this is let's bring in the multiverse. Einstein tells us space is like stretchable, right? So it expands. So we have a big bang in the universe or existence as a whole. We might say space-time evolves according to the inflation. So we keep getting a bigger and bigger area. And some businesses think that this inflation happens eternally. It's reasonable to say that stop to things in our universe for 1 or 2 layers. So what you have is you're doing physics where you keep getting more and more of the universe, end up with a multiverse where every single possible physical reality is realized. So there's worlds like this where we're having this conversation in Spanish or often there's French, right? Or it was very near where we're having Italian, Japanese, exactly the word, exactly the same. Yeah. There are worlds. I think the real question is there are a bunch of these multiverses. We spoke at the start about philosophy, and Mary initially clarifying these concepts. This is an idea of Rabbi Rothschild recently, but it's a really important topic. We haven't done a good job of physics and philosophy of defining the multiverse. We keep using the word, but I'm Sean Carroll. Fantastic. I spoke to him about his many worlds interpretation of mechanics. We got the use of philosophy that give every single metaphysical possibility. The easiest one is just this inflation model. Just get. But what we really want to matters. Like, does this change the value? Because there are universes where little girls are tortured for the whole of it repeats. Right? There are universes where Matt Damon's career didn't work, but it got better. Right? So there are good universes too. But on that means you've got an uncountable number of bad universes and an uncountable number of good universes. So I think if the multiverse theory happens, as agnostics rated, we should be really more of it. This is a horrible statement. There are all of these ways you believe that they exist. You shouldn't be singing and buzzing with the bees and jumping with the shrimp and being all excited about existence. Like we should be really concerned.
But we're really concerned about things we're not even sure exist that are horrific.
Yeah, well, you should be.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
power.
There's a couple of problems. There's three big problems. But the main one, which is like, if you're trying to weigh the overall value, is the world, i.e., the multiverse, a good thing on the whole? And I think if you say that the, let's just say it's infinite, even though it might not be. If you say there's infinite suffering, that doesn't seem like you could be optimistic. You'd have to go, on the whole, the existence is like neutral, or maybe it's you don't want to see where everyone's getting next door to the city where everyone's miserable life. But in our own on Earth, horrific things, beautiful things are happening simultaneously. Generally speaking, the most beautiful things than horrific we concentrate on the negatives. Yeah. Sit around under the multiverse, reaching an infinite number of civilizations, destroying themselves and torturing themselves. Well, okay, let's. How is that? How is it about the puppet masters of the universe controlling all of humanity? It's just mental masturbation. There's no way you can know whether or not there's people suffering. So they're not being this beautiful existence because perhaps there's a multiverse and suffering is occurring. It seems to me to be a giant waste of an amazing trip. Like the trip that we're on right now, Earth 2025 civilization. Pretty fucking cool. Pretty cool. I think your job, if you're so fortunate to be in this position to enjoy this very bizarre basic history, where it's the strangest time, perhaps, that human beings have been alive. And we're going, you could sit around all day, but people are just getting eaten by other people, maybe. It's not mental masturbation. Like, if you, it just means you can't, when you contemplate existence, think that it's overall. So in that way, it really doesn't, the multiverse, there's probably a number of the multiverse, and if there's not a limit, it's an infinite number of universes. There's probably an infinite number of universes that are also fucking amazing. They're all just like all life is on this planet. What if the universe is constantly in this evolution itself? How would we look at the things that we currently observe? If we know that there's a killer version, we know that let's get where the process goes. Why do we assume this process is completed and perfected? Maybe this process is also at a better direction constantly, just like human civilization is. Maybe that's something that exists everywhere. The universe itself is advancing to a more powerful state or a better state. Well, this is good. So, say, entertain multiverse. Let's pretend that it's true, right? And so you've got infinite pleasure, happiness, and infinite suffering and pain. Right. So I think you minus the neutral set of existence. Let's say it's true. So on balance. So if you were a pantheist and you believe in the God of the multiverse, you embrace multiverse, then you can't believe God is good in the same way. There's also a problem because you mentioned something like the process. But there are worlds in which this process has already been realized. It doesn't really matter if our world reaches that or not. In the grand scheme of calculating good and bad, you might think that you might think like people say stuff like this. They go, I want to leave or stop taking long haul flights. But really, when it comes down to it, it doesn't really matter whether I take that flight. It's not going to impact the overall good and bad of the world. It's a drop in a huge ocean that really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of it. If the multiverse theory is true, something like that, it's a little bit harder. If your goal is existence as a whole, greater or better, then it's nothing compared to the infinite suffering and pain that's already out there. You can't change the overall value of existence. I still think I'm sort of following the line back to the point where it's smashed out. But now we've said that. I still think there's a point in big moral that developing, sorting out your own house, or community, or country, or continent, and the world.
It seems like that's what our job is.
Yeah, it seems like
That's what
that's
we're referring to as meaning. That's what we do.
yeah, I think that's right. Because there's other problems to fall out, all right, which is we have what it is to be a person, to an individual subjective conscious mind. You know, when we try and think about what it is to be today is the person born 31 years ago, the same person in the halfway point to go back to zero. And how am I the same? I think the best answer to this is something like, I have the same capacity for conscious experience. If it was stream of consciousness, that would mean every time you drift off during talk, then you would die, born again, stream of consciousness re-emerges. Or if it was, like if you say, Joe Rogan is that stream of consciousness, that sequence of experience that he's undergoing now, and that stops because you drift off, that would mean your stream of consciousness. Think of it like sleep. When you go into NREM, when you don't have any conscious experiences, say, you would die of consciousness. Or using philosophy would say you are your psychological experience. Joe Rogan believes that test that the consciousness is the fundamental nature. But then if I was to believe psychological continuity, Rogan doesn't say,
because I don't exist anymore. Yeah, I get you. Because drifting off is just a disconnect.
Yeah,
but you're still. It's not like I'm dead. It goes black. I don't know anything. I'm thinking about other things. My stream of consciousness is not paying attention to you. If I drift off,
but when you sleep,
but when you sleep, you dream. What is going on there? You understand that?
Never a moment you can have experience.
Well, you don't have a conscience.
That will do.
What's going on with consciousness in regards to REM sleep? We don't totally understand. We don't really know what that is.
But it might take out like a copy and paste kind of conversation to really kind of, I feel as you are destroying and recreate them else. The subjects.
Yeah.
So, it's not copy.
Isn't it?
Yeah, pretty embarrassing.
It's like they take you and
Yeah.
they beam to another planet.
Yeah,
You don't need to. You exist over there.
Some friends told me that when the team just like something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. Yes.
So when you get around this copy and paste, right? It's not cut and paste here. So cut and paste. Copy and paste. Now we've got the
Right.
sort of pull out. So she's living with his.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Here's like you could when I'm talking about your computers. I'm like, what's to stop someone from doing 1,000? What's to stop someone from making arm with Donald Trump's? Like how you can't. If you once keep doing it, especially as technology advances.
So it's equal to the last one. They recreate the best version.
No. Oh no. He's already here. What if he should be the other guy?
You carry on having to be someone's on this episode where you see what it's like to teleport, and it's just like this world things lights up and do. So it's not like the lights split second.
Right.
On the competition cut and paste, but it would be that way.
Well, it is an interesting question because if consciousness is not low and you download something, what if you lose it, if you do take physical existence and put them somewhere, but then they don't this bizarre communicate, and then we'll realize we got to go find out. Drop it off
It probably does get messed up.
It probably
There to begin with.
you're
Still,
probably
an antenna for it.
yeah. You're probably a physical thing with a lot of biological requirements connected to some sort of consciousness that sees itself as an individual, but it's completely connected to life around it.
Because I found like philosophical holding these.
Yeah.
Like, what's the motivation for like I'm not this issue, but even against it. Right? So it might seem like they call them like just those stories, right? In philosophy, right? You can tell a tech.
Right.
Why tell you seriously?
First of all, not connected to this, but I think it's possible that consciousness is almost like, and we are all motherboard as individuals, but that we share this one thing. And I think we really become aware of that. There's when the community comes together, when there's a tragedy, when there's an event, something happens with together. And I think the individual, the biological entity that is you, that is me, that has all of these requirements that it has to do in order to stay alive, move forward, and to progress in the civilization and culture. And that this is a different thing than the entire consciousness that we share. But we share so much so that we can't be alone. People that are alone for something are crazy. The worst thing in prison is people in solitary confinement.
I think well, so
Yeah, we
do. We need something structured. We want to connect with people. We want to form bonds. In the face of tragedy, we come together and support each other. We empathize with each other. We love each other. But on a deep philosophical level, I still see the world through my eyes. The one thing that gives us the reason to think that there is this unifying experience, mind, that becomes all of space and time, right? What's the motivation in something like that?
It's just a thought that it may be the case. It's not a sure that that's right. Also, this is a universal sentiment that gets told by people who have profound psychedelic experiences that we're all sharing with consciousness. It's very dark that we don't totally understand. And that the biological containers around the world has this motivation will battle. You'll battle. Yeah, so I think religious experiences have their root in psychedelic experiences.
Have that root.
Yeah.
Full on his
Well, certainly most in Bush. In fact, scholars in Jerusalem believe that what that was early dimethyl. So you think about the ways psychedelic drugs and vacation is very rich in dimethyl, which is very psychedelic. There's countless depictions of psilocybin both in ancient Egypt and in cultures all over the world. Some mushroom rituals that occur. There's the sacred mushroom Bible. These rules thought that entire Christian religion had its origins in fertility rituals and psychedelic that they were all having these rituals and consuming these mushrooms. That's the Eleusinian mysteries. They all got together and drank some sort of potion, the Dukion, that was a psychedelic potion. They devised democracy. They figured out all sorts of very unusual philosophies of these psychedelic.
Yeah, I think what makes you think on the one hand, someone takes a drug, I think that there's a fundamental conscious unifying mind, right? Person A, person B has it, they see something else.
Right.
What makes, even though they have the same cause, person A's religious experience caused by more reason?
Not more reason. Each experience is probably valid. Maybe person B did the Easter Bunny. He doesn't have the capacity for whatever reason. His psychology is not strong enough to pass the entire possibility of everything. That all of this distracted, they freak out, compartmentalize. It's one of the things that happens to people who have bad trips, right? Bad trips, where you try to control experiences uncontrollable, and or maybe knowledge that trip with a significant level of anxiety, maybe loss of a devastating life, loss of job, family, and you have this experience and you just freak the fuck out.
People have those experiences, perhaps without those obvious as well, though. Literature, I do work Centre for Inner Experience, Durham University. Some cool work from Jules Evans, and some people who have had like some negative effects taking psychedelics. It takes like 700 people. They're pretty ages reflect them very well. Do you remember what they? No, not off the top of my head. They say that people who have long-term effects from the psychedelics, maybe you can call this up, James. Jules Evans, the guy's name. 30 people have negative lasting within a year.
One third.
And for longer than 3 years. Then what would this feeling the sunlight of shaking with her, seeing things that aren't extreme forms of sunlight. Like if you do this before, well, perhaps not. Well, this is the thing I think I'm concerned with. Same kind of stuff with free speech. Who the fuck's not in favor of free speech? Right. Everyone want to draw the line between issues. So we need a nuanced about that. Similarly with psychedelics, what we see writers, philosophers, documentary makers, just get this blanket statement about being good, but don't recognize or talk about it. You see documentaries on Netflix that don't mention things like people. And I think if it corresponds to this experience, you pointed out there, similar comparison, then it's probably the same kind of belief, the same kind of difference. The Alistair Hartley Research Centre asks for people to write in with their religious experiences and just tell them about it, right? And the researchers were really surprised. Alistair Hartley said, you think 5% of these are going to be people seeing the devil or having to just or walking down the street and suddenly feel like I'm of hell, terrified.
These are religious experiences for people from what year was it?
This is like the last 30 years or so. I think it's maybe.
And these people diagnosed with illnesses.
The data, they just asked them to account to give their experiences. But what's first of all, phrase religious experience as being negative kind of makes optimal, right? And they actually through experiences with no mention. So let's say if it's about 5%, that's a modest generalization, given they didn't answer correct. Let's say it's about 5%, and then you take the number of complaints of religious experiences, then the amount of people existing in the world now negative religious experiences outweighs the total number of people who are Zoroastrian, Jain, people who are Jewish. You consider them significant minority. Add all those groups together to in between maybe 1 to 2 million people have had negative experiences, and lay out the bucket. You say like, look, if you're a Christian, then you sort of got to accept the fact that there are these evil spirits as good ones. If you want experiences, you can't keep it negative spirits in if you're a Christian.
Right.
But the deeper point there is like, if it's the same for psychedelics as it is for religious experiences, then there are a number of people in the world who have these experiences. And from my experience, there are loads of people who just won't talk about this, but they're scared, that they don't want to talk about the negative. In my life, people have had the worst negative experiences you can imagine from psychedelic drugs. Life's a hard. I did the study, it was just a survey, but I thought this was
participants were take psychedelic drugs in response 34, 50, 49% said yes, and 46, 45% said no. 28 to 25% were asked to make their agreement with the following statement. I believe the to engage in psychedelics when taken in supportive settings or what the risks involved. Frequencies across the four response points. This question, strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree, are shown in figure 2. In total, 89.7% agree or strongly agree with the statement.
So, we're taking from that 10% of people say,
Yeah. Well, that does make sense, though, that, human beings vary so much, and we vary so much. We vary by what your experience has been on this planet up to the point where you take the drugs, where you're in your life. I think the real problem is illegal. We haven't studied what the dosages are, what biological you have unique to yourself that makes you either allergic to these things or having an extreme response or a negative response. What medication you may be taking? Knowing that Prozac, MAO inhibitors. There's a bunch of things that will profoundly impact the way these drugs. I'm sure they did those. Yeah, at least some of them they did those studies, but I don't think there's anything for life that's 100%. I think most medications, side effects, ones that have been hugely beneficial, save countless lives. And side effects. Some people are allergic to them. Some people that just biologically don't break them. I think that's the case with psychedelics as well.
Well, I was making clear, right, that I've sort of gotten the overall view, which isn't perhaps as strongly put as given that I don't want to say or not using them or stuff like that. I think in controlled circumstances.
Well, no, I think.
Yeah, so I think that was
I think what you're saying is very important.
but the sensitivity to ignore don't.
Oh, yeah. Everybody is coming with a set of baggage.
Yeah,
Some of that. Yeah.
I think it's differentiated as well, and this happens with evil and philosophy. We differentiate between the existential problem of evil, which is really bad things happen to people on the bad thing, compared to the evidential problem, which is let's look at the big data. Does that give me a reason not to believe? And I recognise as a person, I'm strictly influenced by the existential part, but people that I care about in their lives have been because of this. But then I look at the big data, and on the whole, this is a positive thing for people more generally. But I still think that there is a big amount of data about these negative experiences which just aren't reported, aren't interested in just how many there are, and how severe they are.
I'm sure there's quite a few people don't want to talk about it, but they get a lot of perspective. If you want to discuss calls, I think that's the real problem with the legal nature of them. The fact that just recently they denied FDA denied clinical settings for veterans. They have to do more tests with veterans, which is unfortunate. That particular therapy has been very beneficial for people, especially veterans, who've seen the horrors of war, come back and try to to have some tools that we know are effective denied to people that went overseas and served and saw these horrific things, experienced these horrific things. I just think it's unreasonable. And I think that the real problem is being illegal is it's mostly being covered by people who've never taken them. Yeah, they don't really understand what we're even talking about. And I think that I'm not saying it's all. And I think it's been a tremendous tool for a lot of individuals who experience extreme changes of perspective and of their own personal connection to the world. Things that are very, very change. I know people just become completely different humans after the psychological experiences and much better caring, abandoned, whatever they had on the shoulder. And I think that can't be denied. I think it's the thing that's going to help us evolve. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's good. I'd like it to be the case that the one right? I've got a friend over in Australia who's abandoned his state and ran off with 70-year-old.
What was he like?
It's like me and you right now.
With me?
Just
Really?
like this.
Or- It's like really like where how strong is that nation in the world?
Well, I had to, see full measure. I was lucky enough to live in the room next to us. We got along just like a friend. He started taking psychology. He left university. 6 months later, he started a Facebook. He started like masturbating all his family. He was just lost his mind.
Wow.
This is
I would like
horrendous.
to
Smaller increases that would end up almost doubling bills by 2028. The Israeli
just
military
talk to that guy before all this shit went south. See how loony he was already. I knew it loony, and then he delved very heavily into the world of psychedelics. He became schizophrenic. I suspect he was schizophrenic before that he would understand it. But then he just thought that everything was a psyop. It's very strange. Very strange to talk to him. He thought everyone was a government agent. Very weird. Yeah, it's weird interface. He had slipped completely into the world of paradigm. Almost an extra. And again, I don't, I didn't know him that well. But
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
how
I feel like every tool you can abuse all tools. You know, I think there's a lot of understanding of what and the dosage, the correct way to consume it, what the biological, unique biology, the way it might feel with this experience.
Yeah, I just think all the things that you said there is the nuance that you see in a lot of the conversations about it. Just documentary to say, don't do this. Like, you can do this, like, you need to spend, like, some kind of, again, it's that legal. You
You can do these fucking wahoos taking a propeller plane up these trees.
see what you
Your dose them up, ayahuasca, jet wars up there. People freaking out. I'm there. I have to know. You have to real data. No, these say shaman adventures with the jungle. Like, how do you have fucking marbles? They are choreographed.
it's the same kind of like philosophy when it comes to psychedelics, which is each a moment ago, it's something which is huge in our culture.
Yeah.
On Monday. It's
Very fun.
yeah. And afterwards, you guys like and they started talking about free speech from the UK and yes, was like this. It's like boxes now.
But we're terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the last frontier.
You think so?
This is what America, like Texas, is what the rest of the thinks America is. A bunch of guns. But it's wild. Used to drink all the time.
Yeah. I didn't even.
It's a
Best 5 days that I came across.
not a great spot. City is a and that sucks for being like the back. I do not feel that. But is that are they driving, loving it, anything else? Perhaps. Maybe, maybe if I was like now, it's crazy. This is awesome. Maybe you would. Probably. Knowing me. But that place is ruined.
Yeah, well, it's like, I'm not sure it happens in the UK, especially with riots and stuff as a big and stuff. And it's a huge shame because this is what people do, right? Right. Big shame. who were going out like rob shops and like, firebomb and burn down children. Like every small politician, less than 5% of people in the UK sympathise with it. There's an interesting one about which is the line. Everyone just gets, it's like George Orwell. It's like you can't be open with thoughts. And it's been interesting. And it's more of that, which is, you know, I think there are free speech is an absolute right in sort of right. You can't share, you can't engage in slander. There's laws against that. You can't share images and stuff like children. Freedom of expression, freedom of speech, especially.
But it's also dangerous.
Yeah.
So it's not speech that takes to complete level images of people.
Well, if you okay, take include there's plays, or
Can't make threats. You can't threat.
you can't like play a net wrong, right?
You might be able
Well, it was interesting. The US is 1990 was the High Court legislated spreading it because it was a threat to the stability of the US and the states did think free speech to preserve the future is to limit it in this case. Right? So there are things I think that free speech is like intrinsically the thing more important.
say those people wrong, and that if someone did have a work society, express themselves.
Yeah,
Especially when you think about the actual history of war, you hate fucking protected, you know, like, and if people weren't so blind to this idea of war they're fighting,
yeah. But my intuition is that that's the way. So that's just,
yeah.
but there are
a good thing.
This is what I found some of the comedians, you know, this is an interesting conversation, is that when we're thinking about values, I think things like speech are things like life, ability to have conscious experiences, the potential to flourish in the experience. So I take, even if free speech is something we do, I think it is still subject to those other things. So even more strongest opponents of free speech in history and philosophy, John Stuart Mill, argue that free speech be allowed in this scenario, except when it reaches the market. So the interesting classic is when does something reach the market? So people famously say, like, you can't choose irony.
Right.
My shout, that is happening. And those are should we punish that person for doing it, knowing that he would die? You sort of go, I think it's fairly reasonable. Or maybe it's 100% the case. We just need more reasonable not. So in that case, I go, yeah, it reaches the point. John Stuart Mill, I think he's like a corn dealer, saying like, you can buy it, but you can corn dealer, he's the worst, he's executing us all, but then he says you can't shout that to him. And maybe that one's it's more harms.
Right.
What we're seeing is public intellectuals who actually was earlier like free speech no matter what. Like even the valiant might go shout one of your comedians I'd shout it so I'd even but you know when we're already setting fire cars, hotels, you got go online. I sort of feel closure. So people aren't stuck in sweeping charge. It's like tell me what you wanted to do, why you want to do it, or else we'll carry on.
Well, the way there's whatever it's illegal. You can't do things that are illegal. You can't threaten people. You can't yell fire. Things are illegal.
You legislate.
Yeah. Everything you can have. The problem with that, we found out they started that to include some things that a lot like transgender or criticize and say and then we found that the FBI there's just so much shit involved. It's not free speech. This is actually dangerous to society. What can you can't say? Because they do it. What's the best? What makes the life makes the job easier? Makes it easier to control people. What to do? Most people don't listen because if you lock them up, that is what's scary. That's what's scary about speech.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're scared about. You see people saying things they should be
Yeah. I haven't done might well be. It's like see you can live fact maybe up to about the put on
I think 3,000.
but yeah,
No? So weird. Right, it's a look. With that, right? Is that what it is?
Repeated over and over again for like the last 2 years. A few people have been arrested.
There's a really nice getting down a sentence to a man put something up on Facebook. You know, I think that it should be rightfully everyone who disagrees with that. Even the channel person, they should stop wanting
he's not like he's gonna treat Tommy Robbins in the rounds again. Relatable. Yeah. Well, same place we should tell people. He tweeted something along the lines. I'm going to Jamie, it'll be really fact check this because okay, yeah. He essentially said that people didn't understand and the majority of Pakistan are terrorists, inbred, and parasites. And given all I don't know any right uses such an obvious grading, and that puts more attention. He's called out.
That's not.
I'm not sure.
Did he say it all?
He said,
Oh, he said.
yeah, he put up. Again, as far as that's roughly.
It sucks that idiots that
what's going on interesting? You know, I'm speaking to people we disagree with. I think it's a real shame to get talking to people we disagree with. Yeah, it was very following conversation, but when we're continually something like him, that does raise questions. And he gets out of generally sort of thing. The opposite of I'd be yeah, I'd be surprised if you tell when Tommy Robbins something the UK a group of gangs are controlled for it and saying that they're responsible for this crime. A quick Google reveals that like, that's not true in terms of like the big culturally doing these things. Rutger Bregman. But is there any file? Well, take the proponent of universal basic income.
Just try to Google that exact.
Your deer is
I'll show you what I was getting.
Okay. Show us what you're
still
getting. 50 million times per day. Boy, he's got a fucking hate, doesn't he? He's got a face for people.
Yeah.
The old drawings. It looks like we got
themselves in similar situations confront
what is his name? Does it say what he said?
Let me see if I can see it.
Okay. It says have been stabbed and Stoke. And the poster is 2.7 million views. Police have been
so let's take down.
yeah,
Let's see. The point is, something to think of already. The idea we shouldn't just be looking at anecdotal, which is stuff like videos and political ideas against big data. Rutger Bregman points out one big stuff. People that come to the US, for example, first generation, are less likely to commit crimes in native population. The same is true for that. The same story in the UK. They're less likely to come in the
and it is as well. Migrate is all the same. Is it lumped in together?
might be like but yeah, we fact check.
I think that people that are coming here or to Europe, going wherever, altering culture. Right?
Yeah.
Not adopting English language, adopting culture. It's okay. No worries. That kind of talk.
I think during violence, attacks on mosques, attacks on people's lives, and
Like, even if he's completely wrong,
I'm not sure. My honest, full, honest view, I'm not sure if it should be. I don't. It's morally abhorrent. We should reject and condemn. But should it be legislated? What's clear though is people to me that are sharing those people who are platforming helping that idea are doing something again that doesn't have to be legislated. We should condemn as more. We should say, because you should know that
that's reason. What we should do is the age-old combat back you have those days to lay things out in a way very compelling, correct. And then people could walk. Remember when I was I had the debate between Barney, who was I don't know, but he was like he was the first openly gay politician in the country, and he was debating a guy who was this group at the time. This was like the 1980s, and I was in high school, and the guy had like pin on his lapel, and he spoke and all this, and then Barney Frank put out it. And it was interesting for me. It was fascinating to watch these two, and no one booed or and we got a sense of who was correct. I Barney Frank. And I was 15 years old. I was like, wow, it's cool. It was interesting this person just with his view of the world make the other person's view of the world look harsh, and make his very sort of rigid definitions of what should and should not be look preposterous.
Yeah. I mean, when you're as people who've managed to interview for the last
15 years.
if you ever
Yeah.
I've been getting 9-year interviews like once a month, so nowhere near the and what perspective was a good public conversation is that when we're in our country, radio, podcasting, or something, we don't have time or maybe even skills in some cases to pick apart something like how much.
Right.
And so I wonder if you can't use it like what the moral responsibility is or what the to do is an instance in terms of whether or not it's just like whether it works with morals and arguments. Like, so I know you've been previous things like that you should be analysing in more detail.
So that's the problem. It depends. If someone's for a very specific stance and take on something that I don't agree with, I will try to I'll try to find out how did this person come to this conclusion, why do they do this, what is the best way to approach it, how do we do this so I get the most out of it. I want them to go what they're saying. I don't want them to be pressured and when people are involved in bad situations, get very tense, it's very difficult. It becomes that. It's like I try to get as far away from it as possible. I just want to try to steel man, figure it out, and I have to know where they stand. I really understand what I want. I've had teams with people about some pretty important issues that you've got to let them express. So you got to figure out. But the beautiful thing is that it's just you and me. Conversation, we only met for 10 minutes before we sat down.
How long?
3 hours. Yes, an interesting way to see how a person views the world.
Well, I think maybe so. We do avoid like that. We're just doing philosophy, all right?
Right.
Doing philosophy podcast. We say to them, we're just sticking with this paper.
Okay.
And so we know like that. Right. So we get the best they can get without having to do it themselves. When you're doing like broad project, so many different topics, that's impossible. Right? But I wonder, just curious to hear is a better situation for public discourse and media in which you've got lots of different posts like all to our. What do you think having this general public-facing podcast has not been people talking about things, some take is this situation we have lots of topics and lots of pockets, or is it we've got which is covering all of these topics, right?
Well, we have lots of podcasts and lots of. It's just this one's the most strange reason, but that's not my. I mean, I can't do it because it's popular. That's ridiculous. Like, one of the reasons a bunch of different people about a bunch of things, and some people I eternally critique. There are other things I'm very strong about, and thinks differently, conclusions, or just a person that I really admire. Maybe someone who's got some very fascinating information. I want. It's the podcast. Really good. So that's how it. And a lot of podcasts. in a very particular field, they talk all the thing. The thing about that is you're not going to get as you listen to, but you'll get this conversation you have me. So the benefit this ignites someone's curiosity. You are whatever the subject is. I'm really not qualified to really get into it. This person's about it. Check out your podcast. It's good for the great stuff.
So it's put on the list. Just listen to the first 2 or 3 hours. I use my chair to set
right. You do. You know, and I think you should live your life. You want to do it. And if you're inspired, motivated, and something changes the way you roll conversations, some people have podcasts.
He says drugs.
Good. It's good. It's official. It's good. And we should all try to acquire conversations and experiences because it elevates our own understanding of ourselves and how we practice.
If someone listens to decides to quit the job,
I think you're right.
rest.
It's not do that. It's not your whatever reason. I don't know how you think. I don't know what things I like you. I'm just guessing that your view of the world is similar to mine. That's just a guess. And it can't be because so many people are that I think it's dog shit. Some music that I can't stand. Obviously, different out of this world. Obviously. And I don't mind that. I think that's a good thing. There's a lot of stuff that I me. Good. Yeah. Population, surface area.
Fundamentally, a lot of the things, especially today, it's like things that represent
yeah,
be like not connecting with. Yeah, that's when I try to talk about it. It's BBC or so like or that like 2 weeks ago. Because I was going to be because well, they don't want to you consume these messages. Sort of like conversation. It's nice doing that. It's not with there's a huge amount of people, spiritual but religious. We've got this public conversation. You're either like hope or like one of the four and leaves out. It's like
we're nuts. Listen, thank you.
Cool. So you just check it's my site where everything sort of is. Positive is it means casting for every verse, and that's about all kinds of 2 bucks is on both lines up. So first one talking about this, and the second one the God challenge in defense of goodness. So I spend defending these despite being agnostic. That doesn't show.
Thank you very much.
She would implement several policy proposals that support and strengthen the middle class. She added she would invest in small businesses and American families by helping make housing more affordable. Harris also went on the offensive against Donald Trump, saying the agenda he is pushing diminishes the character and strength of Harris.
The Joe. Fury.
So, hey, how's it going? Good to be here. The cold shower.
That's
What we're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, well, showers.
Because it doesn't give your body to around and freeze your. Well, it's just, dude, yeah. When I was a kid, I used to work out with it's like God used to always teach cold showers. It was good for scary. It is. Because the shower, you were in Boston. Reason. But I feel after the weakness. Oh, yeah. You are like fucking alive. You never realize how big you are. Oh, in the world. Right. I'm trying to take you from dying. You know? More than that. Yeah. Dopamine kicks up everything. Last so I tell people they don't. I don't think I don't get it. Anything on the bits. I get it. Jesus Christ, just keep it together. I just try to stay, but I wait for hours and hours. For the time. When you're in strap. Yes. I did do it. I pray. The ice and I was just for it. It's great. Yeah. I recommend it. First time. Yeah, but you went a little crazy. It's fucking hard to do. I don't anymore. I mean, and occasionally, I guess. People. If you can do it very fun. Right? Yeah. This is better. It's a thing. It's a part of it. We're just talking about this. There's a part of your brain that actually grows when you force yourself to do difficult things. See if your nervous likes to run. You force yourself. Yeah. I have a buddy marathon. Oh, really? It's a psycho. Ultra marathon. Oh my god! He runs days. He does horse. You know. Yeah. But they do these mountains. Do the Moab. 200 or 240. So it's 200 miles mount. It's not just like straight 240. You go. You run 7. Probably. I don't. I do 5K. Couldn't be harder. I thought it was. Yeah. Like the. Yeah. They can do something for like a reason. I could do for maybe like drug addict. Yeah. For it. What is we'll find out. It's got to be dopamine. But here's a yeah, not endorphins. Yeah, popular chemicals because of run it. This is a short lap. Well, you have to run 40. Oh, here it goes. Up to a few hours. So the blitz lasts minutes for a few hours. But it's side effect. Yeah, when you don't, it's only one. Yeah. Yeah, for like 5 hours. That's a good thing. Yeah. Right. You watch. Really? Oh, he's just. He's tired. these tags. I'm not real. Get into the computer and look at the data. And then he's doing that. Wow. See, that's what you realize you're going. Yeah, you know, like you can pretty much always looking things around. Yeah. You know, just check my. But it really, I'm 45. Or I'm scared of that. Yeah. Like, so right. Like, same thing. Golfers, I'll tell you. No, I'm facts and I feel like like I'm like, I do that. You're just wasting your time. There's no interview. So 3 in the morning. And I have goals and I just so I started. It's like great, dude. I got like my schedule snapped out in like 4 hours. Yeah, I had it's pretty quick. It gets it's just easy to get going. Yeah. At any time, I could either be bored, either be conversations boring, or do something boring, or log in. Yes, one. Do some fucking art. Like, it's crazy. Like, you know, see, you play. Oh, yeah. It's fun. It's 100%. I'm like, which I was. So, as long as you actually enjoy, yeah. When I worked at get this right. The lot of boards they're called ADHD. Right. The subjects of these are boards. Years the cost. It's like what you just say. Hey, this be like, oh, it's like an audit. It's like, yeah. This article science just recently about little science magazine about ADHD, and they were saying that it was actually to think that we don't think they're constantly, you know, trying to pay focus on one thing. Or, oh, wow, yeah. Also, activity and motion. You're just February, just a couple of days ago. Symptoms of hyperactivity disorder, such as impulsivity and behaviors, move on to the area. That makes like get the fuck out of here. Adderall, like everyone. Oh, wow. Skip that. When I was after like recreationally, I told her, and she was like, "Well, try this." I was like, what? 10? 48 hours. It's intense. This gentleman
wrote all the Third Reich. Dude, it's great. Yeah. Oh, man. I feel that I'm a, oh, I have like, really, I'm dying, whenever, huge the whole time. He was he was on, he was on Ox. Yeah, they have. Have you ever seen it? Tops like man. You guys. So you're just like driving like
Well, he'll. There's a car just impaired.
He's not great. Right. That's the same.
On the screen, longer video.
Right. Okay. There's no way. No way. I think. I can't make any sense. Maybe what's going on. Right. Also, yeah, no, I. Yeah, this is guys. Oh. Well, yeah, no. She might make it. Your whole. And you're just cars like that. Yeah. Just yeah. Yes. Look for the good people. There, and I you always started. But I haven't some, you know, that. Oh, doing it. Audience and look, you're like kid died. Starting out with jail, I'm like, oh, okay. And at the end, I went, "What's that?" So they're like, "Oh, we're just joking." It's the worst. It's fine to do. It was not before. Right. So I was like, you don't feel like that. Of course. Oh yeah, bad. But at least with like you should know, and don't try to something wrong. Take like it. But when you start out, you know, no one knows. Yeah, that's what. That's what you're gonna do. Is you take those risks and do that kind of stuff. You got before people film stuff. How many years you great. Yeah, you also, I think the filming thing is right because you can get some clips like audio. But it's like you have to work on something. Times we you know where it's yeah, and you have to like. That's why when they lose, do it. They like criticize them should lose their. To me, if you release the thing when they it doesn't matter what they say. All they say something. It's obviously as an audience member that released it, but the comics that criticize them, like, hey man, fuck you. Like you. And first of all, the guy didn't do comedy for 10 months. Yeah, and then second, the stuff that he was saying is guaranteed. A lot of those people just hate him. If you tell him, enough time, you make that horrible premise. Yes, frankly. Not any comment at all. Really said. I think anyone understand about because if you take exactly, and if you yeah, there's people that like got into something else, and the kids and they got into it together, themselves stand-ups. They don't come out and criticize. You can just shut the fuck up here. Doing it right. Who's saying that this is bad? Like, come on. This everybody. You have to. Then, come on. Probably. Well, now on Twitter. But gotta have a place you can put around or that because there's things that like you just put up writing it. It's like so different than when it finishes. Yeah, you gotta be able to find and have people. You know, comedy is like what your work. Yeah. It's fun to watch. Watching maybe they come in the what interesting how it develops. But when you just really edit interesting forms, right? Yes, yeah, and yeah. The problem that knowledge is they started doing it a very strong way. So they're comfortable stuff. Right. So saying it the same way. Really, or not tell me. Give me a comment. What do you think you said for that? Like, not waiting. And he wouldn't let me, which you forget. Yeah. Like, I and I think 100%. That's what it starts. 100%. It has to be real in your mind. You have to think that. Thinking of what we're gonna laugh. You think of right? Why you laugh this? That's what you'll do. It's not you. People laugh. The fact he's so great. Keeping that head. I don't know. Bring up something. On a, it just, I love it. He's yeah, breaking down. Well, I just think ability is just cell phones. I think he has a unique talent for it. A unique talent for things. So, yeah, yeah. It's so interesting to see how so many people do it differently, but they all have like. And I think the best one are really thinking about what they're doing. Really, actually care about it. I feel like they'll be working, and I realize I give a shit. That's right. About the thing I'm saying. I need to if it's important to me, fail to work. I don't really. Not. No. Yeah. Yeah. There's some started doing them, they got a little flat. So, what's going on here? Oh, I'm not hearing it. You don't care. I just find out whatever it makes it right. You know, there's times you just can't find the thing that elevates and thing that is exactly whatever gets attention. It's true. And if they make a point, bizarrely ironic, right? Valleys. Yeah. But sometimes you just gotta set it aside. You know, I have like a whole folder all and it's all been never made it on it. Yeah, that's a great. The hard part. Brings them up. How does it go? Kind of the hour. How you have it? You just care about that much, but I think everybody should have this put on. Everybody should write. I know everybody likes to right on stage. If you listen to those people, everybody else, yes, if you go back. I have to go set. Nope. It's all just, one of the things that I special. Yeah, like with a I did. Working out exactly the word just drilled into my head. I should be doing it all the time. Yeah, kind of. Like that. No, it's like it's funny. So we have our own. We'll get to govern ourselves. Always. Yeah, because we were like, we were you can. You can't like compare all. Yeah. No, I mean, I think really put everything down and go back to it so you don't lose it. You can forget it. I should get them. I have a bunch of, sure you release the bit so I can say, he's got a great. But he's really special. He's great Adderall. Before that, I know. Yeah. More we govern us. We're all slackers. Everybody we really just give you for that. You don't know if it works for you. Right. It's also you're just right. You have to create system. Advice is not because you really can't tell people how to do things. If anything, I mean, oh yeah, to real advice. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's terrible. A lot of terrible advice is right. Not your yeah, Mike. I feel lucky that there was always local I mean, low class, state, and one of them was this guy Mike, and like this 7 quarters big fucking boxes of jars. We sit on the thing, press the floor, cross stitching. You never know because you might tag you forget about it. That was some of the best advice I've ever heard. Like, it's so smart. You just figured out that right. Yeah. There's so many comics that go up. They don't get better because they're realizing you got to analyze exactly. But stuff your stuff. 100%. Just like imagine if Bill Burr. How do you yell that? I mean, at a certain point in time, thinking about this for quite a while. What I want to do is outside of podcast, headlines. Tell me about what your journey. What was it like? Someone asked you to do it. It's not a podcast where like you talk about my story. It's like I just wanted to right. So that it's archived. It's when you were starting, 17 years ago. You could get a couple of books, a few bells or comedy Bible. Yeah. There was nothing. No, it's part of it. Nothing really like that. Life. Can we classes where common I did it. I was there. Seminole, all those. Had this Vegas, it's fucking amazing. 2 hours. There's nothing like that. Clubs. Yeah. No, I was lucky. If you could go out and start. First of all, you have access to everything. Red Fox, game, everything is all. Plenty of recordings. It's impossible. Yeah, a lot. It was like different. Yep. That's true. Well, you got no one. So this was a totally unique context of 1963. Some of them are later, yeah. So ground the whole way they think about it, and then about things like they did become normal.
Right.
So normal things,
Standard.
right.
Experimental. Yeah. Chorus on stage. And switch to musicals.
No, well, but it was like groundbreaking.
And yet, must and it took a lot of but experiment.
Like there was,
Oh, yeah.
like it was something that one guarantee that he evolves.
It was a it's interesting, yeah. Judy Garland wrote about the movie. And I read it a little bit. Toto.
Whoa.
So that, the dogs, people, they were like, everything about it.
Wow.
It's an insane 1930 bro, people savages. Slap straight face. Oh, no, it was. I wish a lot of shit was horrible behind the door.
Right.
Which caught on fire. It's literally like feeling in her hand, point, and they forced her to Margaret, what her name is. They first go back the next day, which is the hospital. They kid man sick because the paint they were using. Them sick. Yeah, no. That makes
Think about it. Lit my veins. But that was actually lit my veins. They had the girls that served were using the loom to watch it. Yeah, their tongues were rather. They told them to tip their very.
Something started. She was up my list.
Right.
Imagine
It's crazy that was wrong.
I know, and
Watching tape, listening to tape, because you don't know how to see. People didn't know how to. What? Smack his girlfriend right. Hey, bro.
yeah, yeah. I love watching the.
Did you ever see the one where it's question and the guy is his wife kid and says, "Mom, you love her." It's like, that's right. Something is that's the kind of love. That yes, that's how used we were about react. Like, well, you got to hear this. This is John Wayne. This is not. I mean, he's her with metal. What a great. I love her. Yeah, normal.
It's like every 80s.
What is this?
So he's going to the bathroom or going to the mailroom or something.
And he spanks her too. Carrying her away. Like, this is so crazy. They think it's wonderful. He's gonna find. He just dropped. Flat out. Never been so. Are they both? And he's got his arm. What the fuck? We just like. We're so because they came. You had to look at plays. Yeah. And English, and you have to read, which in the full. And like so the third part might not on stage yet. Like when a slave parents and we're all just like, is it real? Yeah. Jesus Christ. That's why look at this. Latin, right? Nobody uses Latin, but Tim for it. The afterlife. That's why everyone. Right. Cute. Just speaks. Like, it's not just that dead language. Yeah. Don't forget about demographics. Oh, yeah. They usually talk about I like the accent. I feel like you throw. She said your something. That's because you're young. Like I probably like what was that? That five?
He was asked, well, how's things going? He goes,
70. 6.
Yeah. Okay. It's good fucking. But it's just like saying what. Well, how about when I just don't. I don't shit too. Oh, it's great. Imagine if you're a young person and you are literally things. So everyone's here. You just use the thing. Never. That I love art. I just don't find it. Definitely for fucking money.
I get it, but I think because we live in 2024,
We're heathens now.
these movies have gone on, and we've learned from these movies.
Which is interesting to think that, like, back in person, we were so much more. Just
It's totally normal.
yeah.
Now things up their butt. Yeah, it's totally normal now. And that's it's going back to listening to he had one joke that comics inadvertently stole. They didn't realize that it was doing it because it was so gross. But it was sexuality was back then. People is what did they do? They put a bunch of guys want to sex to you. You don't. If you went back in time, you would think you're a fucking alien. Who is this guy? Right. Yeah.
Like, transcripts you with that.
No.
He had one band that was extra. Not to say openly, but just it keeps imagine what he was across. It was similar.
First, Ken said something kind of similar to that too.
It was in the Bill Hicks. He listened to him on a road trip. He held up so well. Like the people call it. I jokes. They aren't really preaching.
I don't think it was. I don't think Jeff Link is really because you know what I'm saying. You have an amazing life. I like that.
You mean?
Everybody's stupid. That's why. That was some of those points. There's some points. It's really kind of the only. It's really kind of do it.
Shit. You know that.
Yeah.
Like, and I think it's great. It's like a great joke. Ideology. Professing. You know what I mean?
It's brilliant shit about the damn.
Oh my god. The depository.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like Woody Allen. Misdirects.
Mm-hmm.
And when you listen to it, it's kind of what a lot of and you kind of joke.
Right.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he does. People in comedy because it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting subjects.
That's one of my big influences. I love you too. I remember listening. Yeah. That was a different.
Oh,
This,
sure.
think about cage looking like it could possibly jump out. Yeah.
These kids through high school.
What's the time you get to when's that?
Just I would give you everything to see the look on their face and that thing touch the top of the bar.
Yeah.
When the bombs hit the bars, the body starts to warm, the blood going to your mind off the charts. That's I feel like also never experienced.
absolutely.
Not you're dying. Like that's coming for you. It's a 600-pound stupid
Well,
predator.
what kids are right?
I think the kid survived. I think the kid who threw the pine cones, unfortunately, survived. I think his body got taken.
Oh, that's how big. He's gonna fucking.
I think his buddy went to. Oh my god. Who knows? It was probably just chaos.
I think about that. They always make it look like the tires bound. I'm like, you're just not
Put a group on the
box.
box.
The box.
Have a roof on the box. The monster of the city.
We don't need.
Also, how expensive is it to put a roof on? Is it that expensive? I think they want to make it like it's free. Fuck, that's not free.
Yeah.
They shouldn't. I don't agree with this at all.
You know, I agree.
I'm a hypocrite. I took my kids to them because I want my kids to see these animals. It's kind of cool to see a 2-year-old staring at it.
Oh,
The reality is that the prisons for animals didn't do anything wrong.
it's a little different in the sense that their life out in prison is pretty messed up. They're going to get killed.
It's not. They're not all getting killed. Well, the killing too, which is also unnatural. These things that live kill.
I guess the zoo is better for the prey.
Why haven't you done that too? The only zoo is giraffes. Great. They don't seem to have any problem at all. Another day with no.
Like, if that's jail, like I'm just like chase by. Like if you were in prison, kind of prison, you think that?
Yeah.
Prison was what?
As long as it was big enough, sure, if they can walk around, they don't seem to have any problem with this.
Yeah, it's not for the predators. They can't. And then they always put the like after the line. It's just to fuck with them.
Which is crazy. You imagine being a tiger. Every day.
Yeah, they're kind of different places.
You shouldn't put them there at all. It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. Yeah, I get it done. It's endangered species, but boy, I think if we really care about animals, a lot more money into it. There should be a lot larger space, and it shouldn't be anything remotely resembling a zoo.
And it's always weird. It might like the Louisville's like there's a wolf who just got like fucking 12 acres and leopards like a little diner with a cage on it.
It's sick. The way they do it in Africa, they really do it. If you really want to go see an animal, go on a safari and drive through areas where they're killing gazelles and they're doing normal lion shit. This is a normal lion and a lion and drive through it and it's probably dangerous as shit. And keep your fucking windows open. You know that lady from Game of Thrones, one of the video editors, one of the editors from Game of Thrones got killed by a lion in one of those parks. She rolled her window down. She was leaning out to take a photo or something. And grabbed her.
I saw one of those videos in the car and like one of them they figured tiger, not a tiger, but it was a lion coming up to the car. And the lion just opened the door. Like I just called the door to open. Like,
a little skinny ass piece of window you can put your head through easy.
yeah,
And there's all he doesn't know. Yeah, he just fucking smashes his head. We're right to
yeah.
he just decides it's just gonna be cursed.
Well, they can say about it's like they were like he can't get out unless he really wants to. It's like don't protect it from him really.
Well, they didn't have the proper height.
Yeah.
They did it not. The fence was 2 feet shy of what it's like. What? Leaping over a 3-foot wall. No.
They might have misunderstood when they wrote this article, but that's what this said.
I don't think you're right. I'm almost that it's 14 feet long. The wall was 2 feet or 4 feet shorter than the recommended minimum.
It was more.
I think it was 4 feet.
Hilarious. Like, whoa, what's the problem?
That's crazy. That's 4 foot shy.
I'm reading multiple articles. This is also weird. I thought it happened, but then it says it was 2008, so
Mm.
Maybe it's one of them.
It's just the same person that died. Articles.
Oh, we could say they're on drugs, but
You know, you guys were.
doesn't mean they just died. You don't need a wall. That's crazy. I can jump a 3-foot wall. That's you could try. You could at least get over the top. There's no way it was. That's crazy. They're just making it 3 feet. They're like, he doesn't hear.
What does that one say?
Bro, that's pretty high.
So, oh, the new glass wall makes it 19 feet. But it looks like current wall used to be 12 feet. So that's where it was. The tiger jumped over that. And they gave him an extra 5 feet. Fuck that place. It looks like it's built to have that kind of jump. It's like it's built to always jump out. Did they say the tiger jumped at the bottom?
This is what when it first happened. They weren't sure what the fuck happened. They were like, it doesn't make sense that it happened. They must have did.
What? That's them covering their tracks. That's them covering their tracks. They knew exactly what happened. Those eyewitnesses. People saw it happen, so we couldn't help it. Yeah. So that's what it was like? Oh my God. That. That's the. Yeah, I think that there's exactly. Wait, yeah. For the to be below, it could be there. Throw it over the not all the way. Yeah. That's not fun. No. How it's like 15 yards max. Let me see that again. See that photo again? Yeah, that doesn't look that. It's a big jump. I guess you can. It's probably a big jump. I don't know if he made the jump. I think he made the jump.
Yeah, the one that was confusing said that it was basically a meat bush. So they fucking when they were standing on this rail throwing shit at it, and then they got too close and found out like there was one way closer.
That's not what I heard. I don't know. What I had heard, the thing was over there. They were continuing to throw things at it, and they came towards him and jumped over the wall, which only makes sense. I did this statements from it's already my.
This in 2011, and the last work was in 2008.
Well, maybe they the whole story until 2008. Yeah, there. So the lawsuit. Yeah, you should fucking sue pretty sure. I mean, definitely you should time calls at Tiger. Yeah. You're fucking twisted, you're a dumbass kid. That could have been us. You're both 17. Yeah. And to the dry mode to the wall. Wow. No, that's crazy. To the bottom. So they got the bottom. Yeah, at the bottom. Imagine jumping. Oh, yeah, but it should have jumped out. Yeah, so you should have a backup plan for the Tigers' emotions. Yeah, also, make sure that someone doesn't do something. The Tiger can't get enough of the Tigers chill. Wow, following someone's blood trail for 3 yards where it was attacks. Oh my God. Photos of blood smeared asphalt where the tiger retreated to his body. It found the blood trail. The tiger would leave a kid to go after something else unless there were a compelling reason. God, another victim doing it. The tiger passed it to warthogs, which ignored as it followed the blood trail of the two brothers to the cafe outside the country. This is real. What are they wearing? Yes, you know, that's exactly what it is. We're high. They try to verify the black guy. He was on drugs. Like, he was high. They should have provoked him. It's like you should have a case where a tiger can't get out. Any move the tiger. Yeah. Whether he's happy or bad, they should test every move. Yeah. See if he can do about it. And then also, what if they killed some old lady who's just there with her niece? Yeah. You know, showing her around. And what if who the fuck thinks what happened? You're just guessing. And it didn't even kill the Fred. It didn't even kill the guy. I don't know who it is. Now I'm saying that. But I bet it killed him.
The two were brothers that were not killed.
Who's the one that were they all? It
sucks that they know the tiger was like,
maybe they were all drunk. Maybe I heard the story.
Or the tiger was completely born by one of them. Like one of them had to take his whoever the fuck is closest.
Yeah.
Who's closest? Who's going to be taken out first? This thing is never going to take out anything.
Yeah, it's a little.
I mean, the whole reason they exist is they are the cleanup crew for nature. Anything that doesn't live, does something stupid, you go walking through the grass, and it's a wrap. That's what they're there for. They're there for overpopulation.
Yeah,
Because they exist around here.
Yeah.
Of course. They exist around a very specific here. It's called axis deer. These deer move like
yeah.
You ever see the axis deer? I don't know if it's they fucking tell them. They take off like it's great because they evolved around. So they just explode away so fast.
But one time you see them, they seem to completely forget about their lives until they jump out, and then they're like, "Oh shit!"
Not that many ones walking the float. They're so big, they're too dangerous. You get a broken jaw, broken leg, they see your head, you're dead.
Yeah, I agree with that. Predators, it sucks for them in the jail, but we don't really prey.
Reported that a claw not afraid suggests that she made a 12-foot 9-inch deep her first attempt. Oh my God. Dr. Duncan also reported that there was no disease or signs of trauma on the body other than bullet wounds for the cat. Jesus Christ. Do you know there's one specific tribe of lions in Africa that does hunt buffalo? Yeah, because they got stranded on an island. The currents change in this river, and these lions get stranded on an island that they need water buffalo. And so the female lions evolved much larger than normal female lions. They look like Hulk lions. It's crazy. It's called relentless enemies. Yes, the females are hunters. So they're as big as male lions. The female hunters they're jacked too. Like they look freakish because they have to take out water buffalo.
Have you seen the best picture video? The one with the lions first walking and all the comes, and they like it's like 4 lions. It's always like 4 of them, like a baby watermelon. Right. It's like, yeah. Push it with the water, and then the crocodile comes out of the water and grabs the water buffalo with the baby, and then the lions are like having a civil war with the crocodile. It's like
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
But
Crocodiles crew.
yeah,
You see, you can find that relentless because you should get a see what the lions look like.
We always get
Right, just shit with us. Because these female lions, they look like CGI lions. They're super jacked. So the female lion is the hunters. But this documentary, Relentless, you find what is the jack. Look at she's built like she's built like a man. She's fucking huge.
yeah.
Huge. Because they have
Female body.
it's a great documentary. It's because it's just about nature adapting.
Right.
There's so much bigger. And these fucking things are ruthless. Water buffalo. And they're tough. You can knock them with their claws. They don't even.
Yeah. They always have like bumps.
Like,
Yeah.
fucking shit. Like,
Have you done this?
no.
My buddy, Jim, his friend, he did it. And he sent me a footage of a lion like killing a grenade.
Right in front of them. And during those open checks,
Yeah.
once,
Yeah.
once, Jim haven't figured out yet.
People love, they love to have, they love to, push it front and
Bro, maybe a man suit with a chainmail gun.
yeah.
One of those chain guns. I just want something to
Yeah.
thing. If I have it. What happened?
Police yesterday used an armored vehicle with a hydraulic
Power now?
ram to tear down part of the home.
Is the video recorded?
The vehicle police were looking for wasn't there.
The video's the only thing. Keep going. Or
He's in
oh,
residence
yeah.
this morning.
The hottest day to get a problem with days.
Funding fraud and frozen the bank
Hard,
accounts.
but yeah, now I'm back on. Is today the hottest? Oh God. Really? The camera's shut off. I don't your experience okay. I'm still going. How is it? God, didn't feel it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. You might want to stop for like 5 minutes. Just keep happening while we have the opportunity for it. Fuck up.
So it's recording, right?
The chief of Burbank
Look at
Police
4 or 5
Department
times.
says 2 officers
Right.
accused
What's it must be out?
Stop recording. Well, I'm looking to get how much my that's all.
Okay.
We'll come back. No, but enough.
Now we're up.
But we're just trying to go. Well, whoever it is.
Writing down on our controversial tapes
Yeah.
online.
Too bad.
Bad.
Officers taken into Hollywood. Albany said he was disappointed that people, including LA
It's
City
gonna take 2 hours to get everybody else's power up. We got lucky.
Oh, okay. Is it a brownout? Brown.
illnesses.
My house is awesome energy. Out in Texas until 4:30.
Texas is going through, which is great.
All right.
Yeah. Apparently during the cold front, real close. We were like 30 minutes away from losing the whole grid.
You know, my friend from Zach, and he was here during the when they had to like melt the snow or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No, so and like,
It was crazy. That was the first year. No one knows it. It was hilarious.
that was like,
People with Corvettes screaming around here.
no, he was no, like they had to it was
For what?
no, it was like that movie a lot.
They melted snow for water? Yeah. So
It was crazy. Yeah.
you gotta have some water. Yeah, some water. Good move. Yeah, you're in a place that happens like that. And so like, this happens often. They need to deal with the snowy road. It's easy to plow. Everything's fine.
The snow, it all shuts down.
Hey guys, I've been here twice. Buy a fucking. I only have one.
Yeah, I got just nothing. You know. Yeah, but
That's so stupid.
yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, whenever it snowed, it shut down the whole city.
It's funny if you grow up in a place like I grew up. It's just snow is just this is normal. Snow.
Have like school ever closed?
Well,
For that
for
year,
school.
closing school is such a fuck.
Oh, yeah. No, we did have them. We did have snow days. Because it did fall through the snow. But in places like there, it just a little bit you go.
Go school for anything better. So excited.
The day off, I think I learn more and stuff.
And then you'd be at you like county to be listed. It's like going back.
Yeah. Please say more.
It was no great.
Oh, it was wonderful. Some of it's egregious at school. School's terrible.
Yeah,
Just the whole design. Just sit down and say, it's fucking terrible.
wake them up. I used to have 5 farmers, and your parents would just go back to bed. Get up, and they go back to sleep. I'd be on the bus at like 5 in the morning.
More shit.
Terrible. And then they say we have ADD. We're fucking tired.
Yeah. Or, yeah. This thing you're doing in front of me sucks.
I got regular adult.
What did you start off with?
I think probably like 30
Right away.
Yeah. I think. Maybe
Jimmy, you said 20.
I'm not a user.
that's all I gotta say. Usually, like, I'm not a user.
I could start off with 30.
Yeah.
You start taking it every day?
Yeah.
Right away.
Yeah.
Recreationally?
First recreationally, then I got it was FDA approved.
Psychiatrist. She was a doctor.
Yes, but then I started taking more. And then at one point I get it. Kid I knew because I asked him if he had it. He had like something he said his uncle made. So it was like a specific drug. It turned out to be radicals. I ended up taking that. I was a leader at H&R Block, you know, the place. And I just like basically had this horrible panic and like it kicked in and it just brought up and I called my twin sister. I freaking like goodbye, then I hung up. And then she came back and she was like, my heart rate was at like 100 and like I don't know. Probably years was when you're exercising, but it was faster. It was faster. That was, oh my God. And yeah, I was ready. It was, yeah, I almost died and then go to rehab for Adderall, which is kind of embarrassing.
How hard was it to get?
You know, I weaned off. If you wean off, I think it's okay. Turkey is not for me.
You said you were up to 90 a day, so how did you win?
You know, it's just 80 1 week.
Really?
I think that's, yeah.
So were you completely functional when you are, or were you out of your...
No, I was functional. That was the thing. Yeah, I got really annoyed. And that, it ended up, people think drugs, you know, I'm not like a crazy person, but I just enjoy it.
Right.
And so the intervention was more like, they know when you're talking nonstop. And then I got off. It wasn't that different. I'm like, no, it's just me.
And your line of work, it's actually,
Yeah, exactly.
it's actually a plus.
But I missed it. I mean, I don't. It was my favorite drug. It made you, because I have low self-esteem, and when you did it, it made me just write. I just was so productive on it.
Really?
Yeah, because when I write, I've gotten better at it. When I write, I'm always telling you shit, and you can't like move forward. And this Adderall, like this was before I was doing some little plays and stuff, and the Adderall gave me just to fucking plow through. It wasn't all good, but you know.
Well, I mean, that's, they were prescribing it to people back in the day when they first came up with it, like in Nazi Germany. Before they were giving it to the Nazis, you could try that. So what is it called? What is it called? Pervitin?
That's the Hitler speed.
Well, it was the for sale methamphetamine that you could buy at pharmacies.
Yeah,
and people would just take it. It was like a low dose. It's essentially just like, that's it right there. It's kind of real similar to Adderall in a lot of ways. But it was amphetamine.
oh, right. It was like those.
Yeah,
That was heavy.
methamphetamine.
That's crazy.
So it was a small dose, and people would take it all day long, and they get that was coming out of Germany at the same time.
Yeah,
It's nuts. They were fucking dialed in.
Focus on that.
Yeah.
He wasn't on it. I was.
Well, he wasn't on anything. He was on oxycodone, and they were getting all these crazy animal hormones. He was having them animal organs, injecting glands into his. He was like, they were practicing.
Here's what I've done. And when I'm on it, I love everyone. He was on it. He was still doing it. It's like he I love it. Like that. Like more.
Yeah, that's why I'd always heard it. Because I knew that there was use. I knew that Hitler liked cocaine, and they used to shoot him up with testosterone too.
And that makes sense. You're like focus. He was always so like angry. I thought everything's gonna work out.
No, it was okay.
But when like the love,
It's part of the reason why he went deaf.
really?
Yeah. Yeah, there's this little thing that happens.
Oh my God.
It fries your fucking ears.
But like to have all the I'm on painkillers.
It's because you're a nice guy.
I like that spin.
I think you are like a but whatever you're taking, alcohol, or it enhances who you are at the core. So if you're like an evil person deep down, but you're covering it, and you would drink and get really vicious with people, those people are really already vicious.
Right. And that's
You're happy. And you need a couple of drinks. And then on, you're having a good time. You're hugging everybody.
point. It's what I used to like. Sober, I just work sober.
Right. And I've just that's the benefit of some drugs. Those that allow you to relax, whatever you're to speak to people.
My girl, she's on like serious blood thinners because she's so drunk.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. How old is she? She's 85. No, she started dating 2.5 years ago. She was about to get a heart surgery. Yeah, like she told me that on her date.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's just like something she told me.
She had I think she had a micro leak. Oh, Jesus. And she found it out. And so 4 months heart surgery.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and everything was like this month. Like maybe a month ago. I'm going to see a screen. It was really great comedy. Like Hagen had funded her movie up to see it. And she called me and she said she can't see out of her left eye. She's on the subway. And we had to like call an ambulance and rush to the hospital. And like the crazy thing is the ambulance right away. Like we got in there and fill out the insurance.
Oh my god.
For like 20 minutes. Oh my god. What I saw an ambulance. They were like getting the like remember I and then they finally went. Just had the ambulance without siren.
Oh my god.
Pointless. And so ambulance traffic. We get yard. They think she's having a stroke, and we had like the first TV. They got like some neurologist who was like, she just they brought the TV in like a $2 video. The family was moving in the room. People were so bizarre, and she said if it's she had to go and like blood thinners for and that they were so intense. You get bleeding in the brain, so they had to like really, but she couldn't go anywhere. She bled so easily on the right. Yeah, so they did her. Oh, she was come out her mouth, and then the craziest part is, so we were happy to see her. We had like a drug people saying, right? So we had, even though she was on the computer, I had to put her in the rain, and we had to drive to a place where she could move for the day because she could get if she had to get her head was on the yeah.
A lot of problems with teaching and like that. It's not a problem. It's part of the job. It's real. People being fucked up and dying.
I know they was exactly that.
Like I've talked to friends junkies. They have the most morose sense of humor. Yeah, they're so used to die, and they tell you stories. They all have PTSD. Right. They'll chop wounds. They all see car accidents, motorcycle crashes.
For us, it was like a huge emergency. That's just a stroke. Her head attack. She lost. She can't get it back.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
And plays backward.
You got to used to seeing out both eyes. Close to both eyes, there's like it's like your forehead would be like a little.
Oh
wow! And I don't think it's gonna. She's doing great. She's like handling. Yeah, it's we left the hospital after like a couple days, and the snap card is like we went out and did like a sunrise or sunset, and she's like, she can't, it doesn't look very pretty.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was but I think she's more adjusted to it. But I feel so old. No stroke. I got a pastrami sandwich for her. Like, couple eating pastrami sandwich
After one of the stroke.
Can't take the pastrami. Yeah, but you know, I never thought in years.
That's the luck of the draw.
I figured it out. Like, you know, it's kind of good about this, but we're both kind of equally underprepared. We go upstairs.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But she's doing she handles it very well. It's like a better food. She's kind of annoying. So even in the hospital, she's super worried about. She's a therapist. She's super worried about her patient while she was having a stroke.
Oh wow. That good?
Yeah. Yeah.
So world.
Therapist. That's the one. I mean, you gotta
everyone's out of the fucking mind because everybody was out of the fucking. She's, you know, she helps. She helps people with, you know, because they can't afford. Like, so it's not white people.
Right.
It's like, you know, safety planning.
Right.
It's not like I feel like it's like you know. Yeah, sure. But it's because the hardest part about the job is the works, and you just have to deal with it. But her story is important.
I guess that's better.
Better than pretending to care about my friend being mad at whatever.
At a certain point.
Yeah.
Do you?
I think even when she's I mean, I like excited. I was like,
Right.
you know,
That's probably good.
yeah. No, it feels like it's 25 years now.
Wow.
Learn about your heart surgery.
Yeah.
React to it.
In the hospital, she had it. It was like, have you ever been in the hospital? It was like a giant names, and it says like if they're in the middle of surgery or not. Sometimes it just canceled. You know, like that person died. They just
Can't have surgery.
But I got a couple good.
Did she get upset that you didn't bitch about it?
Yeah. She might have been disturbed with well, it's tough. Sometimes you're in a rut with and then something crazy.
Yeah, the product revolves else.
Yeah. Which I get. Really, like I want to put all their stuff. I feel that way. But yeah, no, super man. And yeah, I'm already in like seriously. I went from like
First ever roasted. Oh wow. But you're a comic. It's part of our comic. Just settle down to just staying put, doing things in person and hang out. You're so used to running from club to club, eat your friends, and it just becomes a bizarre lifestyle.
You don't have to pay people because you get a lot of spots.
Yeah, your nighttime is good.
yeah.
And they get mad. But I do. Yeah. I remember when I was dating I was 25. You don't have to go to the top like I did. There's only one way to do it.
I know. I realized that. You know, I always forget relationship is somehow like an enemy of trust. Like they're there. It's an unhealthy try to work about.
How did you do
I think my relationship was pretty overbearing. I could wish my woman. She was so kind of like always overbearing. Like, right. My room and shut people out. And so I think I'm afraid. She's everything to do at all times. Right. I came up with my therapist. I'm not smart enough to realize this, but I think I should intimacy with someone trying to strengthen me. Right. Yeah. As opposed to, you know, being.
But then also happen with so many they don't understand like expectations. They expect you to just quit doing like he was a comic. He was dating this woman who wanted him to get a job. And he was doing pretty good. You know, he was like headline, but middling quite a few careers. He had some bits that were bangers, some good bits. Could have been a really good comic. And then he got to a couple years later,
ran years later that divorce was trying to do comedy again. He had been doing it for 3 years, and he lost all to get spots, gave a shit. Everybody else kind of moved on and moved up,
And that's a bad place. She
Yeah.
doesn't understand. Or like she thinks like, I think it's that way. Sometimes I'm projecting that onto her.
right?
Like she'll be like, I'm not. I'm like, what?
The thing was with this guy, he was in his 30s, and it hadn't happened yet. And it was one of those, probably the parent, what was he doing? There's a new kid.
Right.
Like, you ever, I was dating, I was trying to make a father said, like, what feels making like that. I mean, first of all,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Second of all, yeah. He's like, I'm gonna try. Might not make it. That's the closest way to live life.
Of course. Like, I mean, you have to, I don't know. It's not about yourself. Do it. And do it if you broke. I mean, to me, it's, I don't think of these plans. They don't have a safe plan. Because you're under fall.
Yeah, that's common.
Yeah. Don't have that. I think you just have to, yeah. Focus on that.
That's wonderful. If you're they're doing like $25 and they're still terrible. Maybe the question.
Oh, 100. The question is,
Right. And, well, at 21, I really don't know. Right. But you have to at least give it a chance. And if you're dating someone that doesn't want you to do something wild, chance, so it's not going to work.
yeah, it's good, especially if you have a kid. I feel like it's already have a career of something. Like I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
That helps. Like I have money, so
Yes.
but it's tough to make money.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with a kid.
Yeah. You're starting out to whatever.
You're fucking selfish now. You're selfish.
Yeah.
When you should be. So that's
Yeah. Well, if you live in the city, you do when everyone's asleep.
right.
You know, like, I was living in LA, I was so I'd be at home. Everybody's basically in bed. I'm out to these shows. So I can choose from 9 p.m. on.
That's true. How was when you said that?
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's gotta be like
It's crazy. But it's also the thing is like they go to bed early. And as long as you have a spouse that understands what's going on and she's cool with it, you can go out and just if you're starting out and this is like this pipe dream that you have and you're not making any money doing it, it's a totally different thing. Like I was already a headliner, I was making money. That's how we made money. So but it's not a dream. You know, it's like if you're dreaming you're going to have 3 kids and you want to quit your job and do company.
so.
It's also so literally you better get really fucking good before you quit that job. Like
Yeah.
how are you really fucking good?
Yeah, exactly. One like I talked about that possibility at the point like you want to at least make fun of your career that if you had a kid, as
Right.
opposed to
Right, exactly. And it's like there's a lot of people that they have the dream of stand up, but they probably haven't gone at it 100%.
yeah,
Still have to think in their head that one day they will. They'll really bear down and do writing, and start performing more often, one this week, and they just don't. And they get into a situation where like, oh my god, everyone's kind of passing on it. Because I started out with perfectionist in the road, and I'm still stuck in LA.
yeah, you have to. We were talking about like I was like looking at it, I was like, well, you would on the weekend during the day babysit the kid. Like, doesn't feel like it's if you're referring to it as babies.
What you do?
Oh,
What?
what? Really?
Oh, baby. Your responsibility is not yours. That you go back to you do back to the boss of the kid.
I did say that.
Give me what number to call.
That's hilarious. But yeah, it is. I think it's good.
I think it's good.
But it's not good for everybody. It's not the whole kind of relationship.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely can't.
Oh my God, I've seen it. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You're about to break up.
No, it's like,
Keep us. Yeah, you always talk.
I feel like kids
Break people apart more than brothers. They break some people apart. They bring some people close. They definitely brought me and my wife close. Yeah. It's not a negative thing. It's just like comics look at it as
I know.
and Louis said it best. It's going to change you.
Yeah.
Good advice. It definitely changes you. You can't resist it. You just got to be who you are now. It's a person. Every person that's babies come out of your wife's body and then grow up and talk, take you to do things, you have fun, laugh together. This strange thing of life that did not exist now exists.
Right.
And you love it more than anything you ever loved in your life. This person.
And you love it no matter if the kid story. Like it goes with your friend. Every story.
Yeah.
People you love, it's like, you just love it.
I talk to my kids. Talk about bands, like it's interesting. It's fascinating to watch the little things grow and the way they face with the world, see the skills.
Yeah, all my students.
It's time to be 40.
I know I keep acting like I don't know. It seems so quick, and then I'm like 40 years old.
Yeah.
I always think it's actually like
Right.
we will. It's good.
Yeah, I would say that's Jesus Christ.
So she's on board. Good.
How long should
Change
you
it. What?
How long should you stay?
For
Roger Ailes.
yeah.
Jesus, that's a scary one.
I know. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah. That's how people. I mean, I see you. Yeah.
And so, just how long?
I think they're trying to find out. They assume it's something. Either that or God. Just giving her a bunch of shit.
A double one.
But I think it. Yeah, I think. I think it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 6 nephews and nieces.
So you're like, you got a little bit. Seems like you keep talking about it.
A little bit. Little touch. But also, I don't know. They both have good.
For sure. I don't think everybody. There's a lot of I think I think it's so possible.
For the people who killed them, we should have had to.
About this child, like the mother trains out there. They rebelled at 18, killed them.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I forget. I turned the page, but I was reading about this.
But that person shouldn't have had a kid.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of psychos. Their kid is just a representation of it's not an
Right,
individual human being. It's their property. It's them going through life. You will do what I tell you to do. You will be a lawyer. You will be a football player. Whatever the fuck it is.
Well, that's why the other bullshit thing where people act like kids make you a better person. That's
Not everybody.
That's not true. Yeah.
It's like the oxycodone thing.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Exactly. It intensifies. It's actually who you are, but now there's like much bigger moral consequences. Like you can be kind of a dick, but it's not that big of a deal. But then if you have a kid and you're still a dick, now you're like a bad person.
Yeah.
Where before you're just like a kind of a dick.
Or you're just exuding excellence in broadcasting. Kind of makes sense why he's so cocky. The guy was like flying high all day. Rush.
Oh,
Yeah. That's excellence in broadcasting.
Yeah.
That was his thing, right?
Yeah.
Excellence in broadcasting. Rush Limbaugh.
Just never one piece.
Just too. Like this whole idea of consumers being like buttoned down, sober people, like look at the world. Clearly, no. Your fucking main guys.
They're like real. Yeah.
As long as you try to buy I told the doctor
And it's so funny. Like, I have a real problem. Just prescribe it for you.
It's so wild.
I know.
And that's so wild. Yeah, but you obviously you should be comfortable. You die. You fucking be slow and not as
It's hard to get out back to riding without it. It's tough, but I had to do it. And I can't go back on it. Chain smoke on it. Quit smoke. Honestly, that's the worst. I took an Adderall and chain smoke.
This seems like a lot of coping. A lot of things going on in your head.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
It always has a grip.
yeah.
It's like, well, I was searching. I want to do that. So, all right, let's do that.
Lauren Bridges, planes.
Yeah, I've avoided those, but I've been curious about that.
You never know that.
Nope, never done cocaine, never done Adderall. Yeah, but when I was a kid, I got very lucky, and not lucky, but one of my friends, because he was addicted to coke, and I watched this guy completely fall apart. He was selling coke. It was like a hit by a
Yeah.
Like, he was like, real skinny and like those people on shit, just coked up all the time.
Not your own supply. Just like
Well, they go out of them. He wasn't like a businessman. He was a guy who sold some of it.
that's not good dealer.
I mean, it's the big and crack.
He had crack in there. I mean, you see a lot of substances.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
is pretty.
That's a good way to look at it.
Way more than I would into cooking.
But what about when you get to the farmer hours? So sunrise then too.
Yeah, but I was a kid.
You know,
Like
so the
that-
Adderall, it's easier to stay awake than it is to get up.
Yeah. That's a good point. Great point.
Adderall, you just stay up.
So,
Yeah, like it's when I was it was awesome. You go running around.
it is.
Favorite thing.
It's a sacred cow. I was this kid from Great Comics where he had a full sleeping schedule where he'd literally go to bed at 9 in the morning.
Was he a comic?
Comic life. Too much.
That's a lot. Every now and then, but every now and again, do it. I don't think it's so.
But I like it. I like
It's good for you. Indeed. But when I was like in the early 20s, when I lived in New York, I'd stay up all night.
Really?
Yeah, I go to bed.
I don't cook it.
Well, I like cool most of it.
Oh,
Yeah, so I go to the clubs and afterwards go to the pool hall, play pool 4 o'clock in the morning, go to the diner, gets up with my friends, 6 o'clock in the morning. I was hanging out with just derelicts, like hustlers, crazy people, and comics. It was like, and so then it was normal. I woke up, it was funny. Like, it was normal. It wasn't
right.
like, oh, you're young life. You know? Good time. I was good time.
I feel like that's very.
Yeah, but when you're playing all night, coffee just now, it's the time. And also, so I didn't have anything to get up for.
Right.
I didn't have a job. Yeah, I started making money doing comedy, so I didn't have the comedy for the first time was legitimately paying my bills. Paying my rent, car, driving around to gigs, stuff, doing like headliner gigs in Connecticut, New Jersey, like $500 there. I was making a lot of money. It was just having a good time.
That's great. I always feel like when you start making it, you can quit your day job.
Yeah.
I would have to make a little money and the day job. I don't know, but I need to make enough comedy. They fired me.
How many years is a complete professional?
I think like
Oh, you did the job. Did the job.
no, I only have a job.
Right.
I started again. That's why. And she was great.
She's hilarious.
I really learned one of the best. And that's what. Yeah, just like in New York. I think I part-time job doing comedy on the road, going to like the Woodlands. I took great house. It was I paid my two. I would take 18 hours. Ooh, it's insane. It was just like
Yeah.
So weird as fuck. Where are you in Milwaukee?
Yeah. You're like atheist shit on like today. But I was like, other comics have all my bits are the great. Bit about it. I was surprised because usually these people don't know.
He's just like schizophrenic or something. I don't.
Schizophrenic army
Man, who beheaded us. What? Wait, what? He's been granted full freedom?
No, it's great. When you read this,
He was deemed not criminally responsible to receive mental health treatment. A review board in Manitoba discharged without honoring, saying he did not pose a significant threat. When you behead someone on a bus, significant threat?
I just got
Oh my God.
right?
He removed internal organs. He stabbed him. Oh my God. Yeah, attacked him by the victim. The driver stopped the bus with the passenger as Mr. Baker continued his attack. He was found not criminally responsible to spent 7 years in treatment to the Leva psychiatric hospital. The voice told me I was the third story of the body. I was like the second of Jesus, and I was to save people from the space alien attack. He also said he was really sorry for people. In this stretch, I'm going to talk completely out of context. Really sorry. Not even Don God. I'm feeling that space. So, are you sorry? Okay. I'm really sorry. I'm definitely just impressed to see the public. Imagine that's just cut your friends saying, in America, that's like the it should be. I feel like what you do in the head, there's no resuscitation for career. There, he was an alien. Well, he had the reasons. He was a lady in California that smoked weed and she stabbed her boyfriend. She killed her. She stabbed like something crazy, and they deemed her not criminally responsible because she went psychotic. She was
really sorry.
She was really. I think she's really.
I feel like
I feel like that is one of those where I go, okay, if that was a man that did it to a woman that had the same excuse, I do not think anything to do about it. No, not for just to be like, oh, excuse me, 108. What the? Yeah, that's just really. Relax. Nothing's so it's really free. She was convicted of voluntary manslaughter. What is the difference between involuntary and
Yeah, I guess it's voluntary.
one time should be attempted murder, and if you actually kill them, it's murder.
What?
Of course, right?
For murder.
Right. Okay. But wait, second degree murder, but nothing against it? I think that's what it is. I mean, that's what second degree murder is. You don't mean to. Yeah, manslaughter.
Isn't it weird that he did it first? Because the other one, oh, you let any.
Yeah,
I feel like that's one. But premeditated, at least you might know because he plans, you know? What you're saying. The other one's like, the guy on the it's not accurate.
Although the two were dating, Spencer told Albert he considered Amelia her official boyfriend. And said she told him she no longer had any interest in him 2 days before killing him. Okay. He was intimidating, had a temper, she told him. So when he encouraged her to hit a ball or stabbing, she went into pressure that moved to a deadly psychosis. Well, I think her alibi is that he was annoying. Super annoying, and loud.
Yeah, imagine that.
Super shouty. Fuck that guy. Imagine. I'm so sorry. So we're both accountable. Even more versus I got stick. I just don't such sex. And shit.
I found 108.
Shouty. Yeah, but he's focusing on his you fucking lifting his voice.
How they say poke, as if that's the strength. You go this strength has the voice.
Months before the fatal encounter, his teammate also had an extreme reaction to the same novel. He suffered hallucinations and fear of death.
That's just every
Long to this guy.
Yeah, she only told us that prior to his death. Said, describing her as a naive beauty. She's naive. You know, but just imagine the sex being reversed. She got really yelly. Got real nervous. And, about 6 times before that.
oh,
Yeah, really. So, like, about,
well, I
you know,
guess
she was kind of responsible.
it's just funny that it's really strong.
31%. That's pretty high.
But it's like,
Of course, you put caution for high tone. Yeah, but the problem is the side effects or the effects of marijuana do not match that. It's the opposite.
I don't. Yeah, that's
Los Angeles-based dispensary found marijuana with THC levels as high as 39%. It's even more. Similar level. Friday, yet it's just so crazy that they accepted that. It sounds so nuts. You talk about victim blame. Hold up, child. And that's it. That's his name, right? How good name? Her name's Karen. Automatically, it was Sean. What? She's like always. Chad. Yeah. Chad. People don't even.
I always thought the wrong side, like the feeling of stabbing someone on you.
It's also like you do it one or two.
It's really boring.
It's so crazy. Your arm must get. It's hard. It's probably like hurts.
Yeah.
That.
Boy, yeah.
I can imagine ever seeing those roles reversed.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. She was real naggy, super shouty. You're really out.
You.
That's not like, you know, we have
weed doesn't. Yeah. You can go crazy. You can freak out. They really do. But that, the really despise that guy. And that might have been. Yeah, in there. Like just. I mean, I've had like, I get. Yeah, I don't go around. No, you can sit there thinking everyone should hate this guy. I don't like thinking of other people. Yeah, anytime. That is excessive.
You know, you probably meant to do it.
Yeah, it seems like he hit 108 golf balls. That sounds so crazy. I want to know anything else along with, because if you mix like so off,
It's very dangerous.
there's certain things that if you mix stuff with, no bueno.
Really?
Yeah, people look at fucking marbles. That's a good question. It's bad, but frozen. Just find out. If you're frozen, you can be taking edibles.
Oh boy.
What happens?
You take one every night.
Well, you're the best. It's fine for you. I was looking up. That's the thing. So it's fine for you. It's not fine for everybody.
I was looking up. I also take a sleeping pill. I wanted to see if you
Okay. You shouldn't take it may increase your risk of breathing problems. Make sure your doctor knows if you're taking other medicines, taking blood, including non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, ibuprofen. It is not interacts with amines, space inhibitors, MAOIs, other antidepressants, and blood thinners.
I think I'm okay.
So that's saying don't take ayahuasca.
Oh, really? Not really. I don't.
Well, do it.
I'm not.
It said non-steroidal antidepressants and MAOIs. It's one of the ingredients. Serious bleeding. I think it's about the blood thinning stuff.
Oh, really?
Manufacturer Prozac recommends that you avoid eating alcohol. Taking his drug.
Yeah.
There you go. Alcohol. Worse.
I'm good. People good. Just don't take this. Yeah, go for blood thinners.
There's the Prozac. Speed,
I have and was on hacks for 10 years, and then I tried to get off of it. What is hacks? Like an
SSRI.
and I got 5 years of weed off of it, and then like 6 months later, I got the worst pain of my life. I basically was weed for like 3 months straight. I paid for every show on stage, every open. I felt it was awful. And so I was super dizzy. And my psychiatrist said, well, that was a little. I went to read. But he had like terrible. I had to get on something else, so I got on Prozac, and it helped a little with that.
Is there anything else in it? Prozac? Is there any activities?
You don't have to like have my girlfriend, have bore her with having sex. Help them, because it makes you. Well, actually, but I don't have that problem.
Okay. So the Paxil was helping you in a different way than the Prozac
I think
is?
just actually I was looking like a weight gain, so I went on Prozac and gained the weight anyway.
And what was the difference when you felt on Paxil?
It doesn't make it. It's like an ancient person. The problem was when I was on I thought I didn't need it. I thought I didn't need it. People are like, well, I don't need it. That's kind of. So let's just. I don't know. It was like truly like, especially having panic. Jesus, it's so shitty because we all get anxiety. But usually, I usually when you get on stage, like it's a comfort, and I I like had panic, like all throughout the season. So yeah, it was awful.
Was there anything else you tried that helped?
I tried.
Did that do anything?
I think it helps a little. I think it's the most stage, which is continuing to have them. To the point where you know doesn't destroy the world. Like, because I would actually still do okay. Actually, people wouldn't really notice. Like, I go, you didn't notice, you feel more. The fact that you can have hell in your head, no one notices. And when you were doing sometimes you didn't have the hell in your head, it didn't happen every time. I think it happened almost every time. I mean, sometimes maybe, or if I was doing a long set, like an hour, maybe it'd go away after. But I honestly, just having that, and realizing it, they can still do the show, that made it go away. Because I think for things you do is run away from it. Like, if you're anxious when you're outside, the worst thing you can do is just go outside because then it like builds. So having, continuing to have letting your brain know that it's not a big deal, that it's not going to destroy you, and it starts to go away. So then, on stage. But yeah, it was tough. Getting off medication, harsh. I kind of wish,
Do you wish you were on Protract? Or do you think that something about times that medication accentuated when you got off it?
Accentuate that.
The anxiety, you have the same anxiety you did back so when you got off it.
I think it was more like, I mean, it's all in this. I think it was more like all this anxiety. It was this wave of anxiety. I just realized it just. I was feeling this like I had this urge to make more stuff and like just that feeling. I had that urge. It was like do the next thing, and then that started. I looked in the mirror and I saw my back. Just say skin cancer. That's how it began. Not like this was like I knew I was gonna die. And then I went to the doctor. Like skin cancer, and then the next day I stood up and was dizzy. I was dizzy for 3 months straight.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think it was a way that my life, but for the first time in years, it had something, which I think made it. About like 4 months, and then I slowly got on Project.
So 4 months in.
Yeah, it was awful. It was just like, yeah, it was awful.
So did you have that level?
When I was really bad screaming fits, like when I was like 8 or 9, I would just suddenly have these like, I don't know, just moment or something. And my parents never, I actually would cut myself. I just was distracted.
Oh wow.
And I didn't know what it was. I also started doing that, which helped. And then I had some like bad kind of anxiety. That's where I went on patch. Yeah. But no, I thought, damn. Do you have anxiety? It's so funny.
I can talk myself into it. I can talk myself out of it. Yeah, I get existential threats. I get anxiety about late at night. I get anxiety when I read about history. Yeah, the more I understand, how many times history, society, everything was great, everything's fine, and then all of a sudden, some terrible event takes place, and then we move back to the Stone Age. And this is an imminent threat to life. We look at the zombie as if it's like a plot of television. You're watching what's happening in Ukraine, watching what's happening in Gaza, watching what's happening in Iran, and you're watching all this crazy shit. It doesn't seem real. It hasn't affected you. It's like late at night, everyone's asleep. That's what makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. that this ridiculous life that we live and all the stupid societal conflicts we have that are nonsense, and that they're accentuated in the news all want to feel people die and drone suicide bombs. Watch them on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people die on super trails. So many blown up missiles, blown up by drones, suicide drones, slamming into people and detonating. Some guy, part of the world, but he wore a suicide vest trying to stop him. These guys were running, they grab him, and they're trying to stop him. And this bomb goes, you see parts of people flying. This is all happening in the world right now. It's not happening yet here. Watching it, I'm really anxious right now. Yeah, I get freaked out, especially thinking about how fragile our civilization really is.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, yeah. And we're so strong. We're so accustomed to living this way. So, like, when the power went, do this podcast, what do we do? Wait for it to come back on. Yeah, like when the people out, power just goes up, no one does that good. They do. Somebody does it. They do it. And long after figure out the cost.
The world is functioning off of this. No one's really running the ship because it's functioning.
And we're connected by fragile, which is power grid and our infrastructure.
Yeah.
All the at once. And taking so much for granted. Yeah. It's the only reason we're alive. It's 100 degrees outside. I'm super comfortable. Fine. We're not dying. We're not out there dehydrated. Yeah, we know where the wall is. And we're just so wrong. We're so reliant to keep this situation going the way it is. What we've been talking about. Like if you go back to the 1930s and 1940s, how horrific people treat each other. And over time, because of our access, how they feel about things, all that is kind of elevated the way we treat each other. And we interact with each other a bit more. Right? It used to be overcompensation, things are going to go back and forth, but generally it's moving in the right direction. Because all of our needs are met. There's electricity. Yes, electricity is the thing that changes everything. When you can stay cool, stay warm, live in places you should be living. Yeah, then we can tell cities would be unlivable. Cities would be yeah. There's no one's growing food. Trucks not coming in. Everyone's there's no food. You have enough food for like a few hours of everybody eating. And that's it. It's horrifying.
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
You can tell. I think you brought that up.
It's been a horrible thing, and it's just horrible all around.
It is complicated, horrible. It's also complicated. You see so much anti-Semitism. Like open anti-Semitism about all Jews, as if there's like this cabal of people that are pulling strings.
I know. I've posted. I think I hate that to me. It's really good. I think both Gaza and taken over extremists, Right. I posted concerns and I've been like attacked by people. Like, how can you be worried about that when people are dying in Gaza? Like, two different things.
Yeah, they're both real.
They're both real. They have a right. Jews have a right to be.
But it's also that the things that I forget who was talking about this. It might have been Jordan. It was somebody, but they were saying that it's Marx. Civilization's decline is blaming things on the Jews. And it's really common. Yeah. Jews stick together. It's a difficult club to get into.
Well, I think what people do is there are a lot of extreme factions in Israel who are.
Which, by the way, was protested for months on end.
What people are doing is Israel's benefit of a conflicted soul. And a lot of the propaganda is making all of Israel like that. Exactly. But it's no different than another country. America. It's a conflicted place. There are extremists, and some of them are awful. In his government, in a coalition with them, but there's also people who want peace, people who want
Everywhere.
It's like if you, but then you assume president, everyone supported Trump, right? Right. If you thought, right, very deep all of Israel, it's like
Just in support of genocide.
and that's
65% of people say it's okay to rape Palestinian prisoners. Who did you talk to? Who did you talk to? Let me ask you a couple. We talk rape prisoners. I'm all in. By the way, I don't.
it's like it's a lot of shit that Israel has done, but a lot of people go. It's not just like it's trying to be like civilians and like they don't think of civilians. I understand a lot of people like away just only to civilians. They have a goal. It might be reckless.
Yeah, but there's been things like the killing of the aid workers, like Jose Andres, which is seems like they were targeted.
I don't know. It's hard to believe.
To keep people from getting food.
Oh, really?
I don't
know. I don't
have a position.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Where
I think Israel. I think it's hard for me to believe that. I do think they want to do more. I think it's awful, and I don't think it's worth it at all. But I don't think they're like.
I think some people have a dehumanization way of looking at Palestinians. Yeah, well, I think that's what you see soldiers rape Palestinian prisoners. You seen that video?
Yeah, no, that awful.
Yeah, they're awful. Look, whenever a human being is capable of doing something like that to another human being, they don't even know. It's a person to other. Giant problem. That's the giant problem. Being just bomb Gaza. How many thousand people? It's almost like his reaction after 9/11. The whole world was, everybody wanted America. Can't believe America was attacked. America was beacon of democracy. Some not America. We killed one time. And then you think about the weapon of mass destruction. It was all bullshit. It was paraded in the media. So it's like that. It's like, everybody hated America.
I agree with that. Vermont did so horrific, and they said they're going to be doing it. It planned to hate in Israelis that I obviously it's terrible, and I don't think it should happen. I also think something horrific happened and not going to retaliate. So
I know what you're saying. People would retaliate. It's the way retaliate scale, which is 50 people.
But I also, I think the dehumanization of
for sure.
Of course, and I think people both sides are being the other person, trivialize the other person's capabilities.
I know it's crazy. And also people pretending as if they know what actually happened, what the stats are. Yeah. They didn't do that. Are you on the board?
That's then like dehumanization.
All of it is crazy. Like you don't fucking know what's interesting. There's a lot of information printed in mainstream media, like the bombing of the hospital.
There's a lot of shit that happened. There's a lot of shit that happened right away, and you said like the fog of war can always get away. I mean, I'm not like culpable things, but you do have to wait. I see people sharing verify them.
Right.
Like, you don't.
It's the hospital.
Yeah.
Exactly. That made it all ruined.
Exactly. I think Netanyahu with some really awful people, like some can make a beer. There are like really real thugs, and I think a lot of time trying to clear on their own is like that. And I just think most used to be less demonization of just saying like, yeah, stuff but also like not every Israeli is part of some evil Zionist, whatever conspiracy. That's some.
Netanyahu was this super pro-military guy. I mean, he was a special forces guy.
Yeah, and he's corrupt. He's kind of like weakened the government from coming through, and he made a coalition with two people who are truly awful people, and that is really almost like, these people want it. You know, they want, but now we're protesting against.
That's my fear. This issues going on that anything pop off and
I mean, it's just
so legitimate. I don't know. Yes, if I get anxiety, that's what
no, I can.
when I get really freaked out, that's what freaks me out. What freaks me out is and then all of a sudden for 12, you know.
Yeah,
But way crazy. Yeah, way. That hasn't happened since 35, so it's not going to happen.
yeah, we had a good year.
There was like a weight list there. Like everything. Worry about a new Russia. Now it's China. This, oh my God.
It is like history. History. Really, like up till like I guess after Vietnam, because like the last everything's kind of falling apart now. Like kind of still feeling like this for a little bit, but like not feeling not even great. And that
It's bad.
it's never shitty for. It's always shitty for.
That's the things we're not used to. Happening right here. Oh, we're so like the Russians were used to it. They lost so many people during World War II.
Oh yeah, like
It was reading this thing about France. It's crazy that during World War I, France lost 25% of its fighting, and then through World War II, it lost another 25%.
it's sad. Like you like it's the same thing. And now we feel like life is kind of expensive. And now we're like life, you know,
Yeah.
but it's still so.
Well, it is in other parts of the world, but yeah, we're so used to not being taxed that what's not does happen. It was over the ocean. The only other time we were attempting, you know, we're soft as baby food.
And we're seeing a lot of violence. We see everything. The guy shot Trump. You see, exploded on the. Yeah,
We didn't even think that was all.
that guy trying to shoot Trump.
No? Do you think Lee Harvey Oswald won?
I'm not gonna. I'm not.
Bill Hicks joke?
But I'm not.
Have you ever read into that one?
Little, yeah.
You really should do something about it. He killed that.
Why? Why would he? So you thought we were trying to?
I think it could be a number of people that were involved. It seems at the very least like they were so lax in security that they were inviting something to happen. At the very least. That guy was walking around 30 minutes before trying to see that guy. What they observed, most people talking about this guy gets on the roof of the rifle and gets 3 shots.
My thing was like, it ignores that. I feel like incompetence is real.
This is a real thing. You know, conspiracies. Those are real too. Conspiracies as being just necessarily conspiracy theories. That was the whole code for. And that was what was in the term conspiracy theory. That is like as a
I don't dismiss.
no, you're the man.
I don't dismiss. There's huge amount of corruption or thing. I just think a lot of times it does play a big part, and I do think incompetence and randomness a lot.
Some people really up on that.
see if I can find it. Maybe you can find it, Jamie. He said it was basically like if I thought they were going to an assassination attempt, it seems exactly like how the government would do it. It's really inefficient. Really, she was like 15 assassination attempts. I'll find this dude who sent that to me.
But it's also, I mean, I guess. So,
I saw it recently too. I didn't talk about
Fuck, somebody sent it to me. I get too many texts.
anything can be. I also think that the alone that world, the idea that we're in a violent.
No, I'm not saying you have a gun. Not saying he wasn't a lone shooter. I think he was a lone shooter. I think it was a real shooting. He was trained. I think somebody detonated detonators and explosive devices.
Lone shooter.
Right. I think someone told her. I don't think they're going to do it. I think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I just think, like a school shooter who got.
They took his body wing 10 days after the assassination. No toxicology report. No public. There's been no press conference. No telling details. Here's what we know. They went to the kid's house. Didn't have. Right. There's a phone that was going back because we have data they can track. Cell phone when they ping. There's a phone going back in the offices of the FBI in Washington in this kid's house. Multiple.
Yeah, I don't know about. You hate.
No. I really. I would not hate.
I'm like the opposite.
That's interesting. So you think Epstein?
I'm not saying he put himself, but I think it's believable that. You know what I mean? The possibility. I think the possibility of a conspiracy is an all. It's very like awesome.
Sure.
I don't need. Like, he got killed. That's a great place at that point. You know what I mean? So I can see that.
But then you have to look at the literature marks around the base of this. It's not really what happens. So if you the weight of your body kills you.
Yeah.
So the ligature, strangulation, his was down by his neck. It was actually fractured, which is also indicative of someone getting strangled. There might be bad. Scientists that did that show Autopsy.
Yeah.
The autopsy examined the results. They found fractures in the neck, indicative of something strangled.
What are these other court?
First one, yeah. First guy said that the cameras went out. It seems very convenient that the people from security were seeing. It seems very convenient. All this seems convenient.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
I'm convenient that I defense witness a very important. It might have been about child pedophilia. Would probably want to take that.
But also, a narcissist is going to be about to be the most beautiful. So I could. I'm just saying. I mean, it could have been.
So how long did you work?
I'm very confident that one is. Well, most people are bad.
You watch this film? The film of Back into the World? Or something that happened. Mine.
Back at wait.
It was back. So you got shot.
I don't know. I don't.
That was back.
But I also see the tribes good for that, and I always kind of got together. I don't know. I think
I like the way you don't want to think about this forever.
Well, to me, a lot of conspiracy theories, like the other person, like I'm naive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's like it sometimes can be. You know,
Right.
Like me, I think, and I don't know all the like. I think like it's crazy when you look at it. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's true.
But also, A lot of times stuff happens like 9/11. You ever had two planes in the building? You usually had these fall like that. The first time it's happened. So it's a lot of times something happens. So before that's not how it happens. How do you know?
That's true. Like planes flying into the buildings, especially buildings that are
Figured out. Lack of communication between the FBI and the CIA. You know, I'm not saying definitely a lot of corruption. But I'm just a fan.
incompetence is conspiracy too.
Some conspiracy.
Lee Harvey Oswald looked into it. It's pretty nutty.
Yeah,
It's pretty. A lot of people shot through grass walls. A lot of people eyewitnesses that died in mysterious ways.
Right.
It's extraordinary. Like off the charts. That don't make any sense.
but I also just find patterns of conspiracy.
Sure, and also that happens too. Small things. So a lot points to the fact that they were trying to come to the conclusion there was a lone gunman. And one of those is the magic bullet theory. The magic bullet theory is fucking cuckoo for bucks. That shit applies to what Clinton, Kennedy, operating and validated on the gurney, and then they attributed that bullet to all these people. Had to, because there was only 3 shots. And in those 3 shots, the hospital did the back. They knew one of them, Connolly, and well, they had all different bullets, these different injuries. But then they got hit with the underpass, and the count of the target hitting the what is granite stone. It eats this guy's face. The guy to go to the hospital. The curbstone hit him. So they needed a ricochet. So now they had 2 bullets to have bullets. And so instead of saying, hey, maybe there's more than one person shooting, maybe there's more than this one guy that was in the repository, all these people, they were shot from the grass wall, maybe they were telling the truth. And crazy. We found it. Here's the supposedly 2 people. They found it in that condition in the gurney. If you've ever shot anything with a bullet, that's horseshit. That's not deformed at all. That's shit. It's nonsense. But what did you get to? I feel like it was. Well, if you read the Warren, nobody has. That's also, there's different, like, see the hole in his neck, through his back. In the autopsy report, that was to him. And when it got to Bethesda, Maryland, then they said it was there's a lot of inconsistencies in the Warren Commission report. If you're crazy, read a book called Best Evidence by David Lipton, who was an accountant. Went over, read the entire Warren Commission, went over it, found all these inconsistencies, and said they were just trying to come to this one conclusion. He didn't buy it.
I'll check it out. But also, like, inconsistencies as well, Taylor.
Inconsistencies, yeah, but
I mean, like, people have different. And try to force them. I mean, like, I just think, like, the thing.
Like, I also don't think Lee Harvey. I don't think he has to. He was the guy that they were. Well, he was definitely. He's gone over to Russia. He married a Russian woman. Was doing a lot of weird shit. He was involved in a lot of weird stuff. For some sort of intelligence, or at least. They can pin this. Probably what they.
I'm not. I guess that it's a possibility. Usually when there is something, it doesn't get found out.
Yeah, this is, there was no internet back then. 12 years later. So film, nobody even saw it on the Dick Gregory on.
The book of Camelot. Apparently Kennedy was. Have you read that? And when he
got shot, they think 3 times. They think that's one.
I heard coming back with the first time, so it's kind of like a sitting down. You know, read that. Like,
yeah, he was all real problems. And he was also a guy that was getting feel good. Yeah, that's productive. Yeah. It's a habit of wearing the captain the floor of his car after they set setting him up for the brace. This is also not the back. Yeah, initial audience. Yeah, that makes sense. He's all fucked up. See, poor see, he had like some serious problems. So they hit. It's hard to hide just after one of the it was 2002 when historian Robert found access to documents from 1955 to 1963. In 1963, the specific began to emerge. Peyton is co-author of neurosurgeon for subsequent X-rays in the library in Boston. So taken aback by the depth of his pain, he said how long despite his short life concealed most of that, certainly from his political adversaries. So I wonder what he surgeries were they doing in 1963? Yeah. It's Scarlet spent his teenage years in and out of hospital. Flu-like symptoms and extreme weight loss. Age 15, weighed 170 pounds. By the next year, might have not just regularly checking like his food. So he was a sick.
So like sometimes different aren't that sexy.
Like not sexy. Yes, they went through that. 2 inches, 1 inch diameter. Oh my God. Get me very close to these days.
He was great with words.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you got a football game. Go from the top damages and regularly use force degrees to stabilize the spot, control the number. Use all.
But it's like when things almost boring. Is that in the recruiter? Years they thought he might, and they finally fired him. He's like, and in England, he raised your mouth. They were just doing. Oh, that was. I mean, I'm not saying pieces that get. Yeah, for sure.
Things that are there. That's the one being handled by the CIA, part of the shit.
People off your trail. Some people don't really.
Well, they just they want us to think that at a certain point comes to you get control. That's not real. The reality is control.
That's the
Right.
That's
The reality is MK Ultra was real, and they really were trying to people to kill people. They did propaganda.
They do say no one is scary. That's like really scary.
Right.
You
I
know?
think that with the idea it's just one group of people that all agree. That's I don't think it's real. There's
Collect-
eating actions at the top levels, always back to each other. Even when you know what I mean? Like, CIA,
And that's why what people get called
right, right.
as conspiracy. You're never doing that. Maybe different types of rallies. There's extremists. There's thinking everything.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like. Well, I feel like you want CIA. You want someone. Control. The problem is absolute power. Some people get into positions of power. They use whatever means necessary to obtain it.
They're not. They all. They killed a bunch of their own Polish soldiers and concocted a whole thing. Why? Cool. I mean, they all crushed them. Yeah. No? Well, some people like to do it. You know, for sure. It was just generally it was Hitler. I think there's something that's good. Some people I forget what his name. I read this in a book. Like, we jumped him.
Right.
Immediately.
That was time old.
Yeah.
Burn.
You know, he might have, but some people can't.
You mean Hitler or Nero?
Hitler.
You know what else? His wife died. He found some slave boy that looked like his wife, had her castrated, and paraded her around as. I don't know what he did. Imagine right now. Yeah. And then the kid killed himself a couple of years later. Yeah. Sure. He found some slave boy that liked his wife. And so back then, the fucking balcony peasants he knew wasn't his wife anymore. He didn't want anybody to know. The slave boy looked like his wife.
If he had a sister.
Sporus was a young boy from the Emperor Nero, had castrated and married the Empress under 266-67 CE, allegedly in order for him to play the role of his wife, Vina, who had dominated the previous year. Ancient historians generally portray this relation between Nero and Sporus as an abomination. How do you say that name? Suetonius placed his account in the Nero Sporus relationship and his account of Nero's sexual aberration, between his raping a Vestal virgin and committing incest with his mother. Some think Nero used his marriage to assuage the guilty fed for allegedly kicking his pregnant wife. Jesus Christ. Detailed account right before an uncanny and then Nero called Sporus by her name. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow.
I should make a movie about my kid.
Oh, look at this. Scholars have produced that Sporus was given to him when he started considering it to be derived from the Greek word fully seed, which may refer to his inability to have children following his castration. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah. How crazy was that guy?
I should make a movie about my kid. Kid's perspective. 35.
You do like dark things.
That'd be a good movie.
That's the darkest.
First, he has to accept that he may have some girly features.
Bro.
Make it a rom-com.
But it's just like, what was society like back then? Because they all had sex with kids.
Fucked a lot of kids.
Fucked a lot of kids. It was normal for like an intellectual to have a young boy that he would fuck.
I think it was gay to fuck your wife. I think people would be like, I'm going to go home to my wife. They're like, what, you gay? Go fuck a little boy like us. It was like a gay thing to fuck your wife. Yeah. It was it. Fucking kids was like fashion.
But also, how about the Spartans? The greatest warriors ever. They all fucked each other.
Yeah. Greeks were like very tough and very not homophobic.
they didn't care who they fucked. They were just fucking.
But that was a part of masculinity. Like fucking a guy was masculine. Like you're like, I'm tough.
How did that
Fuck guys. I know.
Imagine that kept going, and guys are just fucking guys today.
Well, in the Nazis, what was the guy who was gay? Eric, what was his name? General Romer or whatever his name was. The one part of the original essay that they killed him with the long knives.
Oh, really?
He was gay. He was helpless as they came, and he was a bunch of gay people in his division. Yeah.
Well, that's the ideal of the Spartans was that you would fight for your lover much harder than you'd fight for a friend. He was like this man.
Really?
Yeah, this man beside you. Not only is he your, he's with you in this war. He's a fellow soldier, but he's also your lover.
So are you saying? I was thinking they wanted to fuck each other. Is it more like the general was like, I need you all to fuck each other?
I think they wanted to fuck each other too.
They wanted to fuck each
I
other.
think they just got used to fucking guys. I think it's probably one of those, like, guys are so gross. That's the thing about prison, right? There's no women around, we just fuck each other.
Yeah,
Getting
we should
further
get
into the
fucked.
sports thing, it gets a little weirder.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, he was already married to someone else after his wife died.
Oh,
Catalina Messalina. And then later married Sporus that year.
who said to bear remarkable resemblance to Pompeo.
But then
He took Sporus to Greece and then back to Rome, making Calvia Caspinilia serve as his mistress of wardrobe to Sporus. Nero had earlier married another freedman, Pythagoras, who played the role of Nero's husband. Now Sporus played the role of Nero's wife. What?
I mean, it was just wild. Nero died before Sporus died too.
Oh my God, he was just wild.
And then Sporus went to somebody else.
As the wife
Because and Poppaea was married to this person before Nero got her, and Nero made them get divorced, took Poppaea, finally killed her, and then Sporus went back to this guy.
Whoa.
Nymphidius Sabinus.
Oh my God, Nympho, who had persuaded the Praetorian Guard to desert Nero. Nymphidius treated Sporus as a wife and called him Poppaea. So called him Nero's ex-wife, who Nero kicked to death, who he used to be married to. What the fuck? Imagine that poor kid. You just blessed with good genetics. Got a pretty face. Got a pretty face. You can cut your dick off and just fuck you, and they pass you around.
talk like my wife.
I'm gonna change your name again, kid.
This is why he killed himself. Because someone else who beat that guy was going to use Sporus as a victim in public entertainment as a reenactment
after all that shit.
of a rape of someone in the underworld is what that is.
So the rape of Proserpina. The rape of Proserpina at a gladiator show. Oh my God. So he avoided this public humiliation by committing suicide. So they were going to violently rape him and kill him in a gladiator
So
show.
he finally gets free of this shit, and then they're like, "I want you to reenact it now."
We're gonna make you die in a gladiator show.
I guess that's not the first time they did that. He probably knew what was coming, so they probably like, fuck that.
Right. We probably saw so many people get fucked up in gladiator
Why did they feel
shows.
the need to publicly humiliate him? Why did he been through that? Why?
Chicken man while he's down.
I was just like, he's getting a little cocky. Let's
Oh, life back then. I mean, this is the thing. It's like they thought they were pretty progressive and they were just spanking women
yeah.
in those stupid movies.
Well, you don't know. Yeah, you don't know.
Give me a little hammer and a spanker in the ass. Oh, here you go. It's normal.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
they cut her dick off.
Well, you know, we do move at our own pace, and it's like people act like people suck now, like we're awful, but like we all get better.
We are way better
Yeah.
than those days.
We are
We're
getting
way
better.
better than the Nero. If you just read that account,
Yeah,
imagine if
we're
Biden
improving.
did that. Imagine if Biden's wife died, so he found some fucking page that looked like his wife, and had him cut his dick off, and brought him to Greece as his wife. You'd be like, this guy's a maniac. Right? This guy's out of his fucking
We're freaked
mind.
out when he sniffs hair.
Yeah.
We're like,
Exactly.
he's getting too close to that
Look
hair.
how he's smelling those kids.
Yeah,
Imagine.
Oh, that was insane. It was. I mean, it was good to be a king back then. You know, you really could
Yes.
do whatever you
It
wanted.
didn't last long. Eventually
Yeah.
it came for you.
He got what happened to him? He got executed. Or
What happened to Nero? How did he die?
Well, part of it is like, because of how crazy it's sounding, I'm starting to go like, maybe whoever killed him was like, we're going to do it and smear him. And we're going to make up all this shit about him. it's not maybe accurate, but who's gonna fucking
Right, but the Nero's story, that's like a historical record. The story, I took Sporus
I
and
found
did that.
a New Yorker article in 2021 that says like how nasty was he really? And that notorious
How nasty was Nero?
Yeah,
Oh my God, Nero apologist. They're gonna be writing out about Hitler someday. It was just the oxycodone. It wasn't Hitler.
Yeah, sorry, he was on really good pot. Really
Yeah.
potent pot. It made him fuck his wife.
He got some
She was.
29%
The weed
THC.
was strong, and he only had taken weed a couple times.
Yeah, you can't fault him for killing all the Jews. He really did think they were evil. Boy, he was tripping balls.
Sorry, that's the greatest thing to be like. Kill 6 million Jews. Well, I was on painkillers.
I was on oxys, guys.
I was on a lot of painkillers.
I had a bad doctor. What, Jamie, were you saying?
After he had sex with his mom, he killed her too. They didn't mention that.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, bad guy. I say bad guy.
Yeah.
I say pretty safe to say. That's
Yeah.
not a conspiracy.
I'm not into the. I'm not gonna try to.
You can't.
There you go.
Say
with your
incompetence for that
conspiracy
one. I think that guy was probably a really bad guy.
No, that was a bad guy. Yeah. No, he was.
Back when you were the king, and you could do whatever the fuck you wanted, which is part of the problem.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
so
other
much
one.
power over people.
I think anyone put in that position was just do whatever the fuck they wanted.
You know the Elizabeth Bathory story?
No,
Elizabeth. This is a very
I just know
controversial
that.
story
I don't
too.
know that.
This lady apparently. So this is the folklore. There's two different versions of this. So the story that gets handed down was this woman was so evil that she was a serial killer, and she was beautiful when she was young, and as she got older, she would slaughter young maids and put them in a bathtub and bathe in their blood to try to rejuvenate.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then the revisionist approach to it was that they accused her of all these things so that they could take her land. And they imprisoned her because she was a royal, so they imprisoned her under house arrest. They locked her up in a castle. They locked her up in a room in the castle for the rest of her life until she died. And they think that this could be false accusations against her that were so horrific that no one would question them, so that they could take her land.
Oh, so she didn't do it, or
I don't know. We don't know. I mean, the stories. I mean, if they did smear her with this fake thing, it's a crazy accusation too.
you want it to be true.
Of course. You want to think there's some lady that is so vain and evil that she slaughters all the beautiful young ladies,
Yeah,
and that these women started going missing. And see if you can find that story. It's kind of crazy.
I used to be super into serial killers, like before it was cool.
When did you start? Who got you first?
Well, first of all, I was really into Kemper, the guy in the Mindhunter series. I was into him before. Now he's like everyone knows it. I'm a little disappointed. I was into him.
He's mainstream now. He's sold out.
Back when I was into it, I was creeping
It
people.
was cool. It was old school days.
My favorite story is Ed Gein. There was a story that someone came to his house once to get borrowed sugar or some shit. And he came inside and there was a skull that Ed Gein of someone had killed, on a shelf. And the guy was like, "What the fuck is that?" And Ed Gein, it's like 50, right? Ed Gein just kind of freaks out and just smiles and just goes, "Oh, that's a Japanese guy killed in the war, brought him back." And the guy's like, "Thank God." For a second, I thought it was something creepy.
Jesus
Isn't that
Christ.
crazy?
That is crazy. Imagine you could take a Japanese guy's head home with you.
And everyone's just
Like,
like,
yeah, fine.
Yeah.
The case of Elizabeth Bathory inspired numerous stories during the 18th and 19th centuries. The most common motif of these works is that the countless bathing in her virgin victims' blood to retain beauty or youth. The legend appeared for the first time in 1729 in the Jesuit scholar Laszlo Turokzy, maybe? Tragica Historia was written the first account of the Bathory case. The story came into question in 1817 when the witness accounts, which had surfaced in 1765, were published for the first time. They included no references to bloodbaths. In his book Hungary and Transylvania, published in 1850, John Paget describes the supposed origins of Bathory's blood bathing. Although his tale seems to be fictionalized recitation of oral history from the area, it's difficult to know how accurate his account of events is. Sadistic pleasure is considered a far more plausible motive for Bathory's crimes. Oh, so they're saying that she did do it. Bathory's been labeled by Guinness Book of World Records the most prolific female murderer, although the number of her victims is debated. So, this is Wikipedia, though? Yeah, I think there was another article that Elizabeth Bathory was, Google Elizabeth Bathory was innocent.
This didn't have a link. It's just someone talking about it on Reddit. This is
was never a serial killer. The myth and stories about her were made up by the Hungarian nobleman who first falsely accused her, then prosecuted her based on false evidence that was mostly hearsay. Later, they got her servants to make proof against her by forcing them to say they saw the killings of young girls while they tortured them. This was because the wild dislike she got in those circles because of how well she treated her, what was that? Jobagi? I don't know how to translate. Basically, farmers who worked for her on the land, for a house, and a portion of what they made. Making a bad example, and she was simply kind to commoners, something noblemen just loathed. This also helped them. It's actually after she got locked up, they seized her estate.
So she's actually just like a nice person.
Yeah, that seems a little fishy too.
Disappointing though, you know.
And who fucking knows? You know, it's too many years ago. Really, we don't even know what happened in 1963 with the Kennedy assassination.
Right. You know, I take a bath every day. Not a blood bath, but I love baths.
Baths are nice.
I love them. Yeah, it's like my way of take away from my phone and stuff.
Yeah, if you could live 100 years ago, a fucking hot shower is a miracle.
Oh yeah,
a hot shower is a wonderful pleasure. And we just completely take for granted. To sit in that shower, like, soap and lather up, wash your feet, wash your face, your underarms, bathe in this preheated warm water. It's wonderful.
We do cold plunges for fun. That's like all people had back then.
That's it. Yeah, if you wanted to wash your dirty ass, you had to get in that fucking lake. But hey, dude, it's been really fun talking to you, man. It was a really good time. Thanks for doing this. I really enjoyed it.
Can I plug a couple
things? Yeah, plug away. Plug away.
Yeah. This was awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
I hope you had fun.
I did. I had a great time. I enjoyed it very much.
Well, definitely check out my special Brave. Came out not too long ago on YouTube called Brave. Also, I just made a movie. Oh yeah, there it is. Filmed at the Comedy Cellar.
Nice.
Jason Katz and James Webb filmed it. Great directors.
Beautiful.
And I also just made a movie. We just kind of made the trailer. It's about a serial killer called Memory Room. You do like it, I like it dark. And
Memory Room.
Yeah, it's a movie I made with my brilliant co-director Dan McCabe.
Is it a comedy?
No, it's about a caretaker. It's like a 25-minute thriller about a caretaker who's taking care of a guy with dementia. And one day they're listening to like music, and he seems to really like the song. And she's like, "Oh, do you remember that song?" And he's like, "That song was playing the night I strangled Rosie." He kind of just says it out of nowhere, and she starts like investigating whether he actually killed someone or not. And yeah, we just filmed it.
Like in a serial killer?
No, we got a great actor, Hal Robinson. And
did you think about playing it? You did.
Well,
that's why you're laughing.
I tell you, at one point, he was talking about killing someone in it, and he was like, he looked a little too upset. And I was like, you gotta look like it's like not a big deal. Like I was giving him my serial killer wisdom. Like you should be talking about this like it's nothing, you know?
Right.
But he was great, and you can learn about it. Or
where does someone watch it?
You can watch a trailer now at memoryroommovie.com. We just kind of put it together, and there's also like we went $13,000 in the budget. So if anyone wants to be an investor, go to memoryroommovie.com.
And when will it be available for people to watch?
Well, we're finish editing and then send it to all these film festivals and trying to get in. Yeah, I made a movie show list earlier this year, and I'm trying to start making more movies. I love movies my whole life, and I've written screenplays. My partner Dan McCabe, who's great writer, and we just finally started like making this and like raising money and making it. It's awesome.
Cool. All right, man. Beautiful.
But it was so nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too, man. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it
was a good time. I enjoyed it. Thank you. All right, bye, everybody.
I have a question about Chick-fil-A. I'm reading this, and this is weird. Yeah, this is really weird. We'll be back with the last segment. Do they Foodie Friday? Do they have a Foodie Friday? Do they have a Foodie Friday? I'm just conflated. Do they have a case of Foodie Friday?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening, man? Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
It's always so odd when you've seen someone in so many movies and you meet them in real life. You're like, yeah, you're a person. You know? It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I do have that same thing myself. When I meet somebody that
I do work, I dig or whatever, you know. I'm still just the same fan that I was, you know, before I even got into the business, you know. I met Daniel Day-Lewis in a Motel 8 in Canastota, New York State. A guy saw us and he said, you know, do you mind if I take your photograph? So we went out into the car park of this Motel 8, and this guy took a photograph, and about, I don't know, 7 or 8 months later, a copy of it arrived at my house in Australia, and the guy basically just, you know, written Russell Crowe, Australia, and sent it to me. So I have a copy of it, and it's a funny thing, you know, it's like, I was there, it was the Boxing Hall of Fame. I was there with Angelo Dundee, and he was there with Barry McGuigan. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was just unexpected, you know. It was a cool thing. He was such a nice fellow too.
Daniel Day-Lewis is a real legend because he's one of those guys who just like disappears for a couple of years and makes shoes.
Yeah.
Just a real artist.
Quirky stuff, and then
Just
and suddenly comes back with a vengeance and a fury.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah, he's,
You know, some of us have to work for them, you know. He's probably got independent wealth.
he's just a different kind of human. You know, any guy who can just walk away like that and just decide to make shoes, like that's the real deal.
That was pretty special.
Some people try to pretend to be quirky. You know, they try to pretend to be eccentric, and there's the real
That's
thing.
the actual eccentrics.
Yeah, the actual eccentrics is so fascinating to me. And yeah, for a guy like, you know, to meet a guy like that, he's one of those odd ones. But you are too. It's like, it's always it's interesting to hear from a person that is a guy like you that still feels weird to meet people that are, you know, that you admire their work. I always feel the same way. And I always feel like this is gonna go away. And I'm like, no, Russell Crowe. Oh wow! I met Dennis Quaid the other day. Same thing. It's like, all right, Dennis Quaid. It seems so strange.
Yeah. If I was to explain to my, you know, childhood self, my 10-year-old self, what was in front of me, and the people that I would meet, and things that I would experience, and the contacts that you know have come along in my life, it's just my little brain that just exploded. There's just, you know, no way I could possibly imagine what this life was going to unfold from.
How could you? I mean, you'd have to be so ambitious. You'd have to have the most crazy expectations possible.
Yeah, and my first thing when I was leaving school is that just don't have a boring life. Just don't, you know, find some way of like being able to express yourself. You know, my first job out of school, my first official job, was working for an insurance company, commercial union insurance, inputting the details of policies. Oof.
Not off to a great start.
Man, it was a funny thing though, because I learned, you know, a lot in my short time there. In the summer before, I'd worked as a nightclub DJ, and I got fired because I couldn't talk. I was too nervous to talk on the microphone.
Wow.
So after like 5 or 6 weeks, they shuffled me off, you know, and the guy really, you know, dug what I was playing and how I got the dance floor moving and everything. But, you know, he says, you know, I need to sell toasted sandwiches, man. You have to tell people that the kitchen's open. So, you know, I left school. Partway through the last year, you know, in New Zealand they have a different thing. You have a bursary year after normal high school finishes, and in your bursary year, if you achieve to a certain degree, you get money towards your university degree. You know, that was clear to me in that last year. My dad was out of work, and I wasn't going to be able to go to university. We couldn't afford that sort of thing. You know, it only would have cost, you know, $3.5 or $4 grand or something like that back in the day. But that was beyond our means as a family. And I started working at this insurance company, and I was the only person in the building of a big insurance company who had actually passed in matriculation into university. You know, and the general manager of the company, you know, sat me down to tell me that one day. You know, you're the only person with, you know, the higher school certificate, what they call university entrance in New Zealand, in the building. You know, and I just watched this thing unfold. The coolest dude in the building was this salesman, right? And he had a beard and he wore kind of cool sunglasses and everything. And I remember the day he bought a new pair of shoes. And all the girls were like, oh, have you seen whatever his name is, new shoes? And they're all fluttering over him and stuff like that. And this guy was the best salesman they had, and blah, blah, blah. You know? And in the time that I was there, I watched those new shoes get age on them and start cracking at the side and stuff like that.